Oi, oi, Bash. Right, let's close that down. Close that down. She's mad as a, I don't know what, box of frogs. No, you're not banned, Polly. What's the matter with my signal? Connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, what's going on? What's going on with my Wi-Fi? Oh, yeah, Red Shutter. Close that. Oh, I got struck last night because I was playing a video or playing a live, and I put it to private, but then I shared the wrong link. So then I put it to unlisted and tried to share the link, and yeah, it all went a bit pear-shaped, and I was taken down. So 13th of July, I'm struck too. But hey ho, shit happens. I think it was a YouTube algorithm jibby jobby. Oi oi cheeky, Moss side, frequency. It does tell you who've struck you. Yeah, I can appeal it. I've got to appeal it later. Or I'll appeal it tomorrow. Come up with some sob story, and then they'll just reject it. Yeah, I'm gonna tell them, James. You shared me something, and instead of keeping it in the back, I accidentally pressed play and didn't know it was playing. But it'll get rejected anyway. We'll just say terms and conditions. Yeah, in it's he's the expert. He never gave no advice last night how to do it. I just said like, I ain't gonna share it. Just jump in the back if you want to watch it. And then when I did share it, it was only members only. Well, I ain't monetized, so I haven't got no memberships, so I couldn't do a membership live stream. I don't know. It's all cabbage, if you ask me. You did try it. You and Vincent were just sitting there laughing, you twats. Damn it. Vincent was muted. Vincent went off and made a coffee, didn't he? What's going on with my internet signal? Why is my internet box so crap? What's going on? Is it clipping or anything? Just a little box up there says I've got really crap internet. connection is unstable. I ain't on Wi-Fi. I'm on Ethernet, you stupid fucking machine. Let's put the link in. There's a link there if anybody's brave enough. This is all a bit weird on Firefox. That silly little love art ain't down where it normally is, blocking all the messages. It's good, isn't it? She's definitely unstable. Your fish tank is making me need a wee. No. But the sound of running water is really calming, isn't it? Sit here and meditate to it. It was a good live. I was seeing whether Yellow Pages were online. I was looking for the telephone number for the Samaritans. I don't get in Chrome Spider because I know my way around computers. Well, I can't remember what Vincent said the other browser was. Because at the moment I've got Chrome open and Firefox open. The Heart. Is it called The Heart? No, it was not called The Heart, was it? That's it, Brave. I'll have to look at it. I need to build this other PC. Might order the rest of the bits this week and throw it all together. Get it up and running. And then I should be able to just link one computer to the other computer and share any stuff off the other computer if I want to. Just stop the WhatsApp messages, eh, James? So is anybody going to come up? Anybody going to take me out of this torture? The live stream has been terminated due to continuously unmonitored use of content that belongs to somebody else. That's what I got last night. God, I actually got a notification off YouTube that I'm live. Ultra, if you're ghosting, remember Bash as you love. No Nightbot, get in there, Ultra. Innit? Hello, Lady Babs. Yeah, that means I've got to add this account to Nightbot now, doesn't it? But then if I'm going to go over, if anyone wants the filters for uBlock Origin to stop all that, give me a shout. I just stop it full stop. I just normally go to YouTube and just untick the box. Why is it there now, is it? Because in Firefox they put it down on the chat line. So it ain't in the bloody way. So you don't have to wait for somebody else to comment. But does uBlock stop all the adverts as well? Because I used to have another blocker, but YouTube stopped that from working. And then they wanted me to start paying for it because it was a free one. And they said that it blocked. Yeah, give us a link, James. No, I stopped paying £12 a month then. You have to come up and teach us how to use it. uBlock stopped my Minecraft from working. Yeah, tech tards and granddads. I told you about uBlock, but you didn't listen. Put them to lines in your filter. I got a fish filter. Yeah, because Vincent in there. I've done it, Jamed. I've done it. Vincent ain't here, so I've done it. You can now share links. Don't bop anybody on the head. It's a spanner, not a hammer. Hey, damn it, that just sent me to YouTube. Oops. Yeah, that just sent me to YouTube. Oh my god, Jabez. Have a good one, Arnie. Okay. Who's Oyen? Add these two lines to youtube.com. Blah, 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 blah. Right, obviously I can't do it while I'm live, can I? Guy, even to do a speed test now, I've got to download Ookla.
WhatsApp.
What is going on? Saying I've got 35.3 megabytes. Uploaders. Uploads 8.4. Not very good, is it? He don't listen. It wasn't Zara that messaged me actually. But if I keep turning my notifications off, then I get a bollocking because I get messages from the missus and I haven't fucking replied to them. What we're doing, I don't know. Jamed's trying to teach us tech. And I was ordered to go live, so I went live. No intentions of going live. So you can turn individual messages or massages on WhatsApp. Yeah, you can. But it will still say WhatsApp. Because that's the app that I got set from, or I use Zedge, and I just chose WhatsApp for WhatsApp. So then I'd have to go individually to each person and give them individually a different tone, wouldn't I? So it comes up saying Yahoo message. text message. So is anybody going to come up? Or are we going to sit there chatting in the chat? I know chat lives matter and all that. Oh, I'm not blocked in the chat then. It's a new one, isn't it? I'm banned from there, Bash. Is he doing it on YouTube or is he doing it on Rumble? I got banned after that Joe Porn Bomb. He came up here singing the Walrus. He was shouting and screaming, wasn't he? And everybody was telling him, it's not Joe, and Bosh. I can't even remember whose live stream it was on. Oh, it was, what's he called in it? With the hair. I can't remember his name. That's it, Deanology. Yeah, that was funny. I haven't seen any light. Is he still about, is he? Or is he having a break off YouTube? Yeah, that's right. Everybody screaming at him. Yeah, that's what I said. Is he still doing lives? Is he having a... Like all the scramblers going through the forest? We got too many townies or too many city people moved down here now. If you take a scrambler out, they pick up the phone the old Bill, and then the old Bill come and fucking take your bike. Yeah, the last time I saw him live, all his face was all smashed up, wasn't it? Or his head was all bashed up. He done something, I can't remember what he did. He was going to have somebody co-hosting for him, but I don't think that panned out very well because she ended up blocking off the fucking chat. Have you timed Zara out again? Have you? Oh, cheeky, you ain't got a spanner, mate. What's going on? Where's Polycat gone? Dude. There's a few spanners added. Jamad, it doesn't. I'm annoyingly cleaning bathroom to WhatsApp. Not even me, though. No way, Jiggy. That is why is everybody black? Because I've got the screen up on the other page, or the other. I've got the screen on the other screen. Yeah. I'm looking into StreamYards and I'm thinking, fucking hell, there's only Jamad Blue. What's going on? That's dangerous, isn't it? Even Michael didn't have his bloody spanner. Safe few. See, Jamad. Vincent dipped out. I can't even trust him not to share my private messages. I don't trust him with a fucking spanner. He'll use it like a fucking hammer. Try the background music, Smiley. There's the groovy one. Which is the groovy one then? Oh, I ain't got no banners or nothing over here, have I? Have I? Oh yeah, I have, because it's all in my own, what's it called, isn't it? Which is the groovy one? Feeding the ducks. There's one for AMG, Into Space. Well, that's a bit in it. Night driving. Rock. Which is a groovy one. No saying shit. I've gone through the whole list. Better than a pissing fish tank. Well, I've got noise cancellation on. I'll add some more water to it, and then it won't be so loud. Oi, oi, my side. I thought I was on AJ's. That's Lofi. No words. New channel, and I didn't. And obviously the mods haven't transferred, have they? Even though everything else is transferred. Ah, banners. Brand. Where's my helicopter? Chat battles. Do integrations? No, it's not integrations, is it? Top chatters, RV. Top command, type. Settings. Managers, new manager, applications, account, home, applications, new app, name. Well, I fucked that up, didn't I? I don't know what I've done there. Book it. I have to do that again. I've had private more because she will be trying her utmost to flag it, strike it, blah blah blah, and it's sort of important. I'll do it again, more specific to how you agree. And that's that. Mm. God, that fish tank's really loud, isn't it? Just listen to it on the other live stream. Oh, there's plenty of updates. Tommy Robinson is showing that all the hundreds of drones, they killed a 10-year-old. There's no evidence to prove it. There's no factual evidence to prove it. Just something that Tommy Robinson put in Telegram. I haven't seen anybody else come out with the bollocks yet. Only Tommy Robinson. I saw it on Telegram last night. It was after the first drone hit, and he goes, "They hit a 10-year-old child and killed him." Hadn't said anything about the tanker though. The fucking tanker that they hijacked, the container tanker. It was Israeli kiddie smuggling. Oh, big up, Cheeky. Israel trying to pass it off that nothing happened. Just looking for that scratching on the panel. Scratching. It's not scratching, it's a stupid mouse wheel. Poor hairs. My brain ticking. It's not ticking. My brain never ticks. That would be using energy if it was ticking. People whispering. Who's whispering? I am, Babs. I am. I'm a bit confused because the fucking set. Oh, they might be in order now. It possibly could be in order now. AJ on the unicycle. Sponge scourer. I'd just do the nails on a blackboard, I would. How many people does that affect? What's going on? Oh, Peter. Oh, I got a strike last night, Peter. So I can't go live on my other account. 13th of July. Bored until UFC, and then it was just. Yeah, don't talk to me about UFC. To do private streams, you have to be monetized. Stupid. Okay, so that's why my messages aren't there. Listen to fellow munching fisherman's friends. Jimmy's hella fast. A G7 meeting, they'll go mad over Iran. I was on another stream earlier, and on the other stream, they went, it wasn't even the Iranian embassy they blew up. It was like, wow. He's scared of his man. He's scared of his wife's boss. Babs. I have to work out how to do that on StreamYards. I know you can do it with your 10 guests, but I don't know how you do it for the rest of the chat. Can you explain that? Because I don't fucking know. I couldn't work out how to do it last night. When the rapture is? No. When is it? I thought it was happening now. I ain't got a Bible. I normally rely on Tyke for the Bible, you know. He can spill it, he can spit it, chapter and verse. Yeah, that's what I thought, Cheeky. The only way to do, so you can only have 10 guests backstage. Set up a live and choose recording. So how many guests do you have for choose recording then? Oh, we knew the Third World War was going to start with Israel. That's why G7 are having a panic meeting, even though the United Nations sanctioned the attack. Ten on panel. How many backstage can you have, Smiler? I don't know. I thought it was just a 10. So many can be backstage. I don't know. You've only got, even on the free version. On the free version, it's 5 or 6, isn't it? On the it's you and 5 others on the free version. So you can have 6 on the panel, and on the paid one, you can have 10 on the panel. Where's one with the helicopter? Yeah, but when they're backstage, they can't see anything, can they? And I think it says all spaces took up or something. Does it say? Yes, they can. Don't know. Have to practice and try it and see. Yes, they can. Jamid, you speak to him. He's so confused. Doesn't take a lot to go. Am I blocked? No. Why are you not blue though? You can't work out. It's a different channel. White mod haven't transferred. Oh, fuck off. Everything else fucking transferred. You'd think you'd think that because it's in StreamYards. Yeah, Sharp's attack. Blunt nail. Yeah, where's no, not that. April the 14th. April, okay. Sharpest boon in the drawer. Fucking hell, is it really 25 to 9? No wonder I'm getting hungry. No, I was in the library with a book. She says, well, on all fours. Who's got crabs? I can't find the fucking. So that's like the special forces boarding the MSC tanker. One that the Iranian Navy seized yesterday. It's called the MSC Ares. And it flies a Portuguese flag, but it's owned by an Israeli billionaire, Eyal Ofer. British authorities called it a regional hijacking. That's it there. And sadly, it had children on board. In the container. Which boomers? You're a boomer. Your son calls you a boomer every day. Did you ask the question? I don't even know what the question was. Did you ask it? Yeah, container of kids. Israeli kiddie smuggling. Who's the fucking Oracle? I ain't the Oracle. Zara was Vega called Batman. He thinks he's a superhero. Why is it getting bloody cold? It's getting dark as well. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Follow Vegas Vickers binge. Word animal. It's almost like everyone's in Discord. Yeah, I bet they are. Just reading a report on last night's Iranian attack. Britain's coming under fire from Iran. Jordan, in addition to layered air defense system and the territory of Israel itself, its allies, Great Britain and the United States, also participated in protecting the country's airspace. Jordanian troops also contributed to the destruction of targets, but the effectiveness of the Jordanians as a barrier against Iranian missiles and drones has yet to be assessed. The Israeli authorities have shown that they are not defending themselves in the region alone, although Although a large number of American and British aircraft were not involved in repelling the attack, the very fact of their participation speaks volumes. In addition, after repelling the strike, Israel requested an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council, and the country's authorities will most likely insist on their right to strike back. Iran's military bases and nuclear facilities may be amongst priority targets, but there is still no absolute certainty about such a development of events. US participation in the retaliatory strike has not yet been announced. The US troops will likely refrain from participating in the conflict in the future. You need to work on your cadence before the interview at GB News. I'll never go on GB News. Oh, I still haven't gone back and watched that back yet. I will go back and watch that back. I thought I was being polite. But she come in, go mental, man. She was going mental. Attack me. First time I've ever been on the panel. And she fucking attacked me. Well, no, second time I've been on the panel. Say less, Smiley, stop it, you were wrong. I did try to apologise to her later. But the rest of the panel were like, whoa, don't fucking apologise to her. Vodafone fucked up. Passengers on one of the largest mobile operators, Vodafone, has apologised to our passengers who received welcome to Palestine messages on their phone after landing in Israel. The Jewish customers feel very insulted. Some received the SMS twice. Woman, can I speak? I gotta go back and watch it back. Vodafone was only telling the truth. Oh, I better not put that up. That's the UFC fucking results last night. I asked earlier if that stupid love art was in the way, because they ain't in the way on my server. Edit video. Look what I'm editing it. Stream settings have been moved. Now you can turn on live chat and more right here. We all knew that. Yeah. Save. That stupid love art should be gone now. Is it like gone? Capon? Five minutes is a big ask. 5 minutes of what? I didn't ask anything. How did I get rid of it? Go to edit video and click live reactions and untick it. And sub mode, yeah. Go get subs up. Can't stream on the other account. For fuck's sake, it's like he doesn't know what he's just said that you're responding to. Go into edit video and unclick live reactions. Simples. Every panel host should do it because the fucking love art's annoying. So it means everybody's on Google because the love art on other platforms ain't there. I ain't deaf. Oh yeah, anyway. Tyke ain't here, so I had to turn my headphones down. Half the Mongos aren't here because they don't have this account, do they? Go for a timely vape. No, I'm just having a fag. It's no good you going for a vape. You cough, 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 cough. I put it on my wall. What did you put on your wall? Fuck's sake. Gotta be careful now. Oh, I got no excuses for coughing. I'm not coughing now, it's just on lives. Al on the phone. Mine's because my lungs are fucked up. Your link, oh my god, read that. Read the chat on YouTube or don't. Your link, oh my god, read the chat on YouTube or don't. What link? Oh, fucking everybody will know then, won't they? Alright, you can't educate pork, can you? Well, you know me. The whole life is you just misreading and misunderstanding the fucking chat. Can't help it. I'm doing more than one thing at a time. But no, it's melted my brain as well, Babs. Only because you're too lazy to carry on doing a fucking stream. Turn the fish tank up. Well, you want me to sit closer to it? I'll be able to read the chat then. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Get in it. This tank ain't big enough. And put your camera on. The abuse I get. You got nobody else to fucking insult, so you've come over to insult me. To a catch and cook. No, I don't like carp. Tank to play, yeah. Nah, it'd be alright if it wasn't carp. I had carp in Poland for Christmas dinner. Whoa, nice. Any other fish? Well, I don't like conger eel neither. Conger eel tastes rank as well. Yeah, they got salmonella on their shells as well, haven't they? Or something on their shells. I can't remember what it is. See, Bright types in Bright, and I speak in me. I thought that was part of Abuse Live. Didn't tell him, eh? Fucking getting kept in the dark again now. The wheel is turning and the hamster is gone. Well, Netanyahu's been ordered not to strike back at Iran now, according to Biden's telephone call after the G7 meeting. So what, the G7 planning then? Hackers have been bang on it today. They've hacked Apple, they've hacked Vodafone. As soon as you type in Jerusalem, apparently the Palestinian flag comes up now. Apple says it's fixing the bug that prompts a Palestinian flag emoji when typing Jerusalem. Oh, what are you talking about, Michael? That's interesting. See if the crackpot adheres to the advice, which he won't, OFC. As if he won't, it just won't be public. Lol, lol. Michael. Second-hand outrage. Speaking of hackers, meat needs carving. Yeah, Netanyahu. Oh, they've been shooting up all day today. Let's see what how Israel responds to Iran will be up to them, says NSC spokesman John Kirby. And then there's a full. Iran's actions are in line with international norms. Law speaker of Tehran's attack on Israel. Israel Minister Gantz vows to create an international alliance against Iran and to retaliate in the same place chosen by Israel. The Israel War Cabinet is meeting now to discuss the Iranian attack and possible retaliation. I can't speak fucking Hebrew. I never take advice from Jimmy. What are you talking about, Willis? See you later, radio. What meat you carving anyway? Oh, if it's a ram, it must be pork. See, we knew about the curtains. We knew about the Iranian consulate. 16 people killed there, 5 killed there, 21st, 20th for the first, 24th. Another one killed there, 2 killed there, 11 killed there in the airport. Another 1 killed there, another 1 killed there. So 7 attacks that Israel's carried out on Iran. The Jordan air defences wounded a number of Jordanians by shooting down drones and missiles while defending the Zionist entity. So today Israel said that people can return. So the blah, blah, blah. IOF targeted women and children traveling from the southern Gaza Strip to the northern Gaza Strip. So they said they were allowed to go from the south to the north today. Oh, that's all right. All right, Minister 8. And after telling them they can return, and then opened fire on them. I smashed a bowl of bubblegum and cotton candy, ice cream with cookies and a brownie crumbled on top. That does sound nice. Somebody's got the munchies. Crazy, isn't it? So they say they can return home after the IDF or IOF, Israeli Occupation Forces, have had them out of the area, cleared them out of the area, chased them out. Now they said they can go back home. You can blatantly see the civilians. You can go home, but as you go home, we're going to shoot you. UN and G7 turn a blind eye. Yeah. Even the Israelis, between 5,000 and 10,000 people on the streets shouting for Netanyahu's sacking, protesting against Netanyahu. Meanwhile, Netanyahu's hidden down in a bunker. Bit like Zelensky, innit? Hiding in his bunker. But Iran Foreign Ministry summoned the ambassador of the UK, Germany and France to Tehran over irresponsible stances by British, German and French officials on the Iranian retaliation against the Israel attack on the Iranian consulate. So he summoned them. The Iranian Commander-in-Chief, General Hossein Salami, we have decided to create a new equation. If the Zionist regime attacks our interests, assets, people and citizens, we will counter-strike from the Iranian soil. Operation Fulfilled Promise, which was the operation last night, was a fine example of that. Overcoming the Zionist American defense system in the region and hitting the specified targets was not easy. However, our plans were innovative and we managed to penetrate the layers of their defense systems and those of their allies. Our operations were limited and was solely a response to the attack on our consulate in Damascus. The operation was very successful and exceeded our expectations. Israel had six lines of defense trying to stop everything last night. And target Israeli intelligence HQ at Mount Harmon. The base was involved in the attack. Operation also targeted the Neverton Air Base, from which IOF warplanes launched attacks on our consulate in Damascus. We've pounded both headquarters. Well, we saw that in the videos last night, didn't we? Regional war in the Middle East is unavoidable if Israel continues to strike on Iran, ex-Iranian envoy says. United States and Iran have been engaged indirectly through mutual Arab countries as a means to prevent a regional war, according to media reports. The United States has reported demanding that Israel must consult with the US officials before making a decision on any potential response to Iran's military strikes. Yeah, I know. 1%. It was more than 1%. What is it? 600. So you had drones, and then you had 3 different types of missiles. So in total, they sent 600 pieces of things that'll explode and do damage. But some of it was designed to they were dummies, basically designed to get the Iron Dome and to use up ammunition from the Iron Dome. They didn't know the Jordan, because Jordan were told to wind the necks in, and they didn't know that Jordan was going to fucking try and drop drones, but all the cruise missiles got through. Yeah, I got the different types of missiles that they used. Yeah, but Iran said it was 600. I believe. Yeah, playing it down. That's Russia, and that's UFC. Fucking hell. Vodafone. That's Russia. Northern Iraq. That was one of the missiles shot down by America. Mm. So the cost of air intervention in Israel's skies last night exceeded £1 billion. They spent £1 billion in munitions. I wonder how much the munitions cost. No, twat! Fucking hell. US Navy. Gotta put it up. Fucking US Navy. Who the fucking. The commander of the destroyer USS John S. McCain in the Indo-Pacific. So that's the commander of one of the fucking biggest warships. Looks a bit fruity, doesn't he? He boasted himself shooting. The fucking scope's on back to front. And he ain't got it in his shoulder. What the fuck? Highlighting the amazing work of our US Navy sailors from engaging in practice gun shoots, conducting maintenance, testing fuel purity, and participating in sea and anchor details. US Navy is always ready to serve and protect. It had 1,965 comments and he took a fucker down. The fucking sights on back to front of daft twat. Yeah, £1 billion. That's a massive amount of fireworks, isn't it? So it hasn't perturbed Israel at all because at past 3 this afternoon, at past 3 this afternoon, Israeli war cabinet will meet to discuss retaliatory measures against Iran. But in the morning, they started attacking the fucking fuck knows where that is in Lebanon. But it's civilian. Yeah, I mean, at least Iran started fucking taking out airports and stuff like that. I mean, Israel's just fucking bombing civilians again. This is the fighter jets this morning. So that's the names of the missiles they shot last night. Shahab 1, Shahab 2, Shahab 2 with a silo, Quim, and Quim 1 with wings. Yeah, no, it's crazy, isn't it? Can't beat that because it's all written in fucking Russian. And so Israel are told not to retaliate. And they go ahead and retaliate anyway. Mental. Yeah. Somebody put out this video last night. Make it bigger.
Hello, my enemies. May you have a very, very, very bad day. It's a rough night. It's a very, very, very rough night. Okay, the Iranian drones are going to hit you after 9 hours. What are you going to do with this 9 hours? What do you think? The first question must be why I am here. What is this country worth to be here and wait 9 hours to know if I'm going to be alive or not? I have another nationality. I will go. Go away. This is not your land. Go away. Second of all, how on earth the Iranian have to kill you by heart attack? Because just waiting the drone to be there, it's painful more than the attack itself. Anyway, we wish you a bad luck. We are making dinner and waiting the drone to hit Israel. May you have a very, 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 very bad day. I'm very sad to see what is happening. Anyway, take care.
Eva Bartlett has written a report. When things get a little scary, Israelis run away to the original, not Palestinian countries. Native Palestinian inhabitants of Israel-occupied Palestine, including Gaza, have no option to flee when Israel bombards them non-stop, relentlessly for over 6 months in a row. Not to forget Israeli bombardment campaigns of Gaza every few years in the decade prior, nor to forget incessant Israeli bombings of Gaza when Israel not officially waging war. These bombings are incessant but don't make Western media news. OFC. Nearly 34,000 Palestinians murdered by Israel since October alone. But watch global crocodile media cry for Israelis who were frightened by Iran's very measured response to Israel bombing their embassy in Damascus and murdering over a dozen in the process. Israeli media claim that thousands of Israeli citizens are currently buying tickets and leaving the Zionist entity en masse. Most Israelis, being occupiers, have second citizenship of countries from which they came to occupied Palestine. When any military events begin, they immediately start running away. If a regional war breaks out, most of the population of Israel will flee like rats from a sinking ship. Another report's come out of Israel saying the army's air defense against the Iranian operation was 1.35 billion, not including damage to infrastructure and military bases. What's propaganda, Cheeky? They've been fleeing for a long time, Cheeky. Israelis. There's Israelis that are fleeing and they're staying in hotels and doing TikTok videos, having a go at Netanyahu and the regime. They have. Obviously, the younger ones who are in the military, they can't flee. I can't remember what ages they have to do, because they have to all do 2-year service, don't they? What about all the protesters on the street in Israel? Is that propaganda as well? All screaming for Netanyahu's sacking. Well, we know where they're ready for war, but most of them are so untrained, it's unbelievable. Big galaxy. I wouldn't be neither. So this is a girl who's living in a tenner for a bar of chocolate. Wow. She's living in part of the settler communities. Oh right, okay.
So this is breaking news I'm seeing as of about 30 minutes ago. There are videos coming out of large groups of armed settlers attacking, shooting at Palestinian villages, unarmed Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. The occupational state has been arming these civilians, has been giving them these automatic weapons. I saw Palestinian men currently trying to defend their homes with rocks because that's all they have. The problem with the occupational state is not just Netanyahu. The problem is the existence of an occupational state. Occupational colonies do not have a right to exist. They don't. Especially not when they're predicated on the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. The only solution is for the occupational colony to be demilitarized and dissolved entirely. The only solution is a one Palestinian state solution. Go out there, keep speaking up, free Palestine. So this is breaking news I'm seeing as
Just to lighten the I don't know whether this is Reese. This is fucked up. This is. Hold on to your seats. And they say it's not a mental disorder. It's definitely a mental disorder.
No one's gonna marry you, Honam. Like you have a beard. No one's gonna date you, Honam. You have a beard. No one's gonna be your boyfriend, Honam. You have a beard. You are not a preference to a lot of men. And then I'll get like really feminine men message me, but that's not who I'm attracted to. Hannah, I like really masculine men because I am very soft. I'm so different to what you see like on TV. You know, on TV,
I've never seen you on TV,
I
but
mean, not, but no, generally you'll see, oh, she's strong, she's, what she's talking about, it's very powerful, whatever people say. But then at home, I'm very quiet. I'm very feminine. I'm very soft. People don't get to see that side of me. Um, But no, it has been difficult. Where I wanted to be married and have kids, I would never be a single mom. That's not what I've ever wanted.
Sim's gonna get a fucking uterus impregnated, is it? What was he say? Having a uterus transplant, is it? Did look better than yours. You're talking about chocolate. I'm eating fudge minnows now. I should cook something really. You're enjoying the chocolate, Zara? Yes, so Ouch is live. Anybody else live? And put their live on while I cook something to eat. I'm starving. Coffee and chocolate, and then cook something to eat, I think. I really ate that. Undo the fucking little thing on the bottle of milk, and the little tab comes off. Yes, dude. Oh, what have you done to Khan? Fuck yeah. I wonder if Sky News put this out.
And the fact that we're moving out of Gaza now is a lot due to the pressure that Biden is putting on us. That's obviously. And it also has to do with the fact that sometimes you got to move your forces and you got to go a little bit back. But I really hope it's not the end. As much as I say that in a heavy weight on the shoulders, because we hate war. We hate war because we love life.
Just one final question.
Yeah.
You've come up here, looked at binoculars into some northern Gaza here.
Yeah.
What I think, well, I got the impression it's the first time you'd seen it.
It is.
What was your thoughts when you saw?
On the one hand, happy. On the other hand, disappointed. I expected to see more destruction. I expected to see more destruction. The northern part of Gaza,
Disappointed because they
has
expected to
to
see
be
more
kept. It
destruction.
has to be kept in Israeli hands. That's the price they have to pay for what they did in Gaza, for what they did to us on October 7th.
I wonder if Sky News broadcasted that.
Realistically, what impressed me the most was the overt genocide that I was suspecting was going on. That's what brought me there. I was involved into a telehealth network providing advice to young orthopedic surgeons providing surgery in Gaza. And when I realized, based on direct feedback, that these very misplaced pins and screws were being performed by trainees without guidance because their attending orthopedic surgeons were killed or captured and imprisoned inside of Israel, and that they were flying without instruction, that I'd make a commitment to go. Um, when I got there, echoing what Feroz had said, uh, genocide was the overwhelming impression that I got. Um, there are distinct signs of genocide. First of all, the bombs are cluster bombs. We've taken small pieces of shrapnel, dozens of pieces of shrapnel out of toddlers, infants, and teenagers. The country's 50% children, if not more. Overwhelmingly, our victims were children. I would say 70 to 75% of the people that we operated on were elementary school age or younger. That the injuries were devastating, as Dr. Sidwa said. The world's best marksmen are not going to shoot a kid in the forehead twice and in the abdomen. These are midline shots directly aimed, and that doesn't happen by accident. Secondly, the bombing was concentrated at the time of evening prayers. It happened all day long, but it was distinctly, purposefully concentrated when the Muslims were gathered together in tight units, shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee, praying to God while they're being bombed. And the cluster bombs are infinitely more effective when the intended target is concentrated into a smaller location. That defines genocide. The cluster bombs are illegal. The snipers aimed distinctly at children are unethical and illegal. And then, of course, the way that you dehumanize a population is to kill the humans. You deprive them of their medical schools, their clinics, their ambulances. Sure, there was a big American and worldwide justified outcry when the World Central Kitchen vans were distinctly and purposely bombed right through the center of their hoods. Um, but prior to that, 200 ambulances were targeted by the Red Cross. In this case, it's a Red Crescent, uh, very prominently displayed on top of an ambulance. They have very modern ambulances. There is no mistaking that they were ambulances that were bombed. 200 were destroyed along with the paramedics. Doctors were distinctly shot. An orthopedic surgeon was shot in his knee while he's operating on a patient because the soldier commanded him to leave the operating room and he refused to abandon his patient quite ethically. He had his knee blown out across the room. He was immediately fixed by his trainees, and 2 days later, he was imprisoned by Israel for 45 days. According to him, a juice box every other day, blindfolded the entire time, dropped off at a non-road prison border to crawl for 3 kilometers until somebody rescued him. Blinded with a rifle butt exploded his right eye. This is
Sorry,
dehumanization.
Jason.
This is the purpose of this is to kill a population. Food delivery. When we left, there was tens of miles of incoming food trucks, 4 lanes. The entrance into Gaza and the exit road into Gaza were all lined on both shoulders of the road with tens of miles of food trucks parked bumper to bumper to bumper, trying to get into the country, of course, which is limited by the IDF or the Israeli government. Why aren't they letting the food in? If not for it to deprive the population of the substance that they need to survive. This is another definition of genocide. There's no reason why they can't let even inspected food trucks in. The product can be inspected. I'm sure it should be inspected. Uh, but this is life-sustaining materials. The hospitals, if we didn't bring our orthopedic implants, if we didn't bring our dressings, if we didn't bring medicines, they would be devoid of all of this. Another definition of genocide.
It's finished. I was just watching video clip. It fails to say they've been attacking all day, doesn't they? Yeah, I haven't had any other reports come in yet. See, Gobby Robinson, he states that a 10-year-old child was killed. But what they don't remember is that all these drones, missiles, etc., they're all programmed to go to a certain destination. And look, you got Jordan, you got Britain, and you got America that were shooting down missiles. We saw one landed just now, or saw a picture of one that landed in Iraq. Now, there's another one that's landed. Where did it land? So over Oman. So that landed in the man. And it was shot down. And it landed in a residential area.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
No,
اللهم
some,
سلم اللهم سلم. هذا جنب بيتي يا جماعة الخير. هذا باب بيتي هذا يا جماعة.
when they're shooting them down, where are they going to go other than down? He's a brilliant guy, he is. Somebody will remember his name in a minute.
Nations all over the world are watching. They're watching a genocide taking place on their telephones. They can see what is happening. They can see the oppression, the ugly nature of this Israeli regime, the apartheid Israeli regime. And what we're also seeing is what we're seeing the colonialists in the true light. The mask is gone. They pretended that they cared about humanity. They pretended that they cared about human rights. They pretended that their values meant something. Well, their values are racist and they're about greed. They're their values. They don't care. They pretend that they care about women in Iran. Well, there's 10,000 women have been slaughtered in Palestine. And how come they don't care about them?
He's the Irish MEP in the EU, but I can't remember his EU Parliament, but I can't remember his proxy name. Hi, Teresa. Just looking at Quad's News Network, see if there's any updates. So, news reports that President Joe Biden has privately expressed concern that Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to drag the US more deeply into a broader conflict. How can he be dragged more deeply? He's in that deep, he's in up to his fucking eyeballs. So Israeli had been attacking Lebanon this morning. Yeah, it's Netanyahu asleep when he's awake or awake when he's asleep. We have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, you know. I watched Scott Ritter the other day, and Scott Ritter was calling. I don't know if you know who Scott Ritter is, but he was the guy that said that there's no weapons of mass destruction. He was the guy that went over and sealed all the bunkers up, etc., etc. Now, he turned around and said, "Look, because Netanyahu, he's supposed to have, yeah, that's right, cheeky, but he's supposed to have been arrested, and he's supposed to be answering to the court for his previous war crimes and for his money laundering and the fact that he hasn't been paying for oil extraction and gas extraction." Now, somebody argued the fact that they've been supplying free electric and free water, but it was Palestinian water to start with. It's all in the it's all in the illegal occupation. Exactly, Michael. Scott Ritter turned around and said, "Why don't they drop the arrest warrants on Netanyahu? Why don't they pardon him and then sack him?" Half the Israelis don't want this. The other half are only following orders. And there's only Netanyahu and his buddies. Even in the Knesset, they've been arguing. He couldn't do the ceasefire. He can't do a full withdrawal. He can't come to a legal situation where he withdraws and stops attacking, because he's going to be arrested. The only reason why he's not being arrested is because they're prolonging this. And while he's in power, he's in power. You know, why somebody don't take him out, I don't know. But he's like, but that was fun, Cheeky. Yeah, he won't get arrested. It's like those two commanders, isn't it? The two commanders in in charge of striking the World Kitchen. So they got stripped of their ranks, they got stripped of their uniforms, and they got kicked out of the army. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit that they get stripped of their uniforms and rank and fucking pensions and everything else. Absolute bullshit. Nobody's named names. They haven't named any names. They haven't given the names of the two people that ordered it, have they? Because Israel protects everybody. Israel openly lets paedophiles flee to their country. It was a big famous thing where somebody got a fake passport and they flew out from America and they were harbored, and there was loads of Jesus smiling. Jesus what? Speedos. And they harbored him. It's not an accusation, it's fact. I've got all the information saved here where they 3 times they went to the Israeli embassy and the Knesset, and they carried on harbouring and they carried on hiding him. And there was public outcry. Same as Keir Starmer. That woman, she should have been arrested, but Keir Starmer blocked it, and then they quickly changed the law on arresting dignitaries. And she was a war criminal. So Jordanian King Abdullah is very disappointed. Is pissed off because apparently all of the military activity carried out by the Jordanian Air Force pilots all took place without his knowledge or his involvement. I get annoyed at all this. It's going to happen. We can't stop it. It would take us all to open our eyes and work together, so I despise the fear mongering. It's like what I say, Zara. I don't agree with all the illegal immigration coming into this country. I don't agree that you can cross the Dover Straits arrive in a dinghy or get halfway across, escorted by a Navy frigate, French Navy frigate, then sit there waiting for a lifeboat or waiting for the Home Office to turn up in their little grey boats. Now, the French Navy frigate has escorted them to halfway across the channel. And along comes the lifeboat, or along comes the Home Office. They all get out of the dinghy. They all get on the lifeboat, and then they all come over. Is that Zizi?
Hello.
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 Hello. Seeing if my headphones were working.
I don't know if you was hearing what I was saying.
No, not want to go back, but I've heard that before.
Right, but
You know,
so you've got all the illegal immigration coming over here, right? Now we've got, I don't know how many thousand. I mean, last year was it 50,000 or 58,000 or something that came over last year? I don't know what the figures are at the moment because I haven't seen active around anywhere. So I don't know what the figures are at the moment, right? So we got all them, and it's been going on for years, right? And they're all staying in hotels, etc., etc. Nobody can. I mean, look at Sab. Sab wanted to book a hotel so he could see his daughter. Couldn't get a hotel, and forces the prices on the hotels. So our government then goes, right, fuck it. We got too many of these illegal immigrants. What we're going to do is, because we've got all these, people going on the streets and attacking people, and you've got all this shoplifting going on, blah, 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 blah. So what we're going to do is now we're going to divide the country, and we're going to give them 78% of Great Britain. And we're all going to move. We're going to move you all down there. Now, you might have to live in tents for a while, but we're going to push you all down to Cornwall, for instance. And you're all going to move down to Cornwall while all these illegal immigrants are now going to have 78% of Great Britain. What the fucking hell are all the residents of Great Britain going to do? They're going to go mental. There's going to be war on the streets. They ain't going to be happy. But then government go, no, we're going to fight you. We're going to shoot you because you're trying to have a war. We're going to just open fire on you, and we're going to move you from Scotland, because we're going to give you Scotland as well. And we're going to move you all the way down, and you're going to go, 3/4 away. So let's say Exeter, from Exeter all the way down. So you're going to go all the way down there. So after all of Liverpool, you're going to get kicked out of Liverpool. Manchester, you're getting kicked out of. Scotland, you're getting kicked out of. Right, and you're going to be forced to live down near Cornwall. Right? Fucking Great Britain's going to go mental. Scots going to stand for it. Londoners going to stand for it. Holy fuck. They ain't going to stand for it. They're all going to kick off. But that's what's been happening for fucking 75 years in Palestine.
I know. And now I see that.
And then you
it's
got
designed. There's if you talk on the world stage, it's mass displacement. It's everywhere. And it's designed frustration.
Well, it's colonisation, isn't it? It's, Great Britain were the best at doing it, weren't they?
And now they're outraged when it's happened to them. And the testosterone and the great might of the men, the British men that always fought them on the shores and fought them, they're sitting on YouTube crying. They're not fucking fighting. So I get it, and I see it. But I refuse to be part of the designed frustration, the designed anger. I just refuse.
I'm not angry.
Not you personally. I mean everybody.
Yeah, I know, but I think I'm angry at the just pure denseness of people. Just the thick attitude that they've got.
I see that.
You got.
But when you see people that follow, okay, oh, Palestine have done this to Israel, it's terrible, and you know more facts. So you've got everybody has an opinion and everybody has a right. But some people have got more of an informed opinion, and you can't educate among. That's it. You can't. And why would you try? It's only going to leave you what? Frustrated. So with acceptance comes peace as well. You can sit back and you can understand what's going on, and that frustrates you because you can see it's by design. You can get frustrated at the people for buying into it. That's by design. You can try and educate them. That's going to cause frustration. The only way out of it is what? Succumb, accept, and that's what. Then they're still winning. I don't see it. I don't see. Nobody wins in war really, apart from those who profit from it. I prefer Mount Teresa, but yeah, you can't. I mean, I used to always say you can't reason with stupid, and that's it. But it takes it's like that's why I won't get involved in anything political or it's designed that way. If you wake up and you put the news on, cost of living's going up, people can't afford this, shortages of this and that. Governments have made run decisions on our behalf, non-elected people. You're designed to be frustrated. You get your bills before you go out in the morning. You're designed to be angry. Then you're on the road and it's costing this much and that much. Any little thing in life, everything is just anger, anger, anger. And you sat at a job for the majority of the day. Frustration. It's going to cost this much and this much for the kids just to do normal thing. Frustration. We're designed to be angry. I just refuse to be. Switch off, live in my bubble when it's like this. I wish she had weed right now. Good evening.
Aye, man. But Teresa, they rip up the deeds to my house and land. The settlers, they turn up armed because they're all armed, because they've all been given weapons. They turn up armed at the Palestinian homes. And they say, out, we're taking your land, we're taking your house. And then they go in and say, this furniture's crap, that furniture's crap, get that out. And they start carrying all the furniture out. And that's it. That's it. They've got nowhere to go, nothing to do, no way of moving their furniture. And they're just kicked out of their houses by illegal settlers. I'd love to see it happen in this country.
They're outraged when it happens to the Irish. It's so close. And it's sort of even watching Paul and Suzanne's lives or Deegan's lives, you can see how it's the anger comes out in people, and it's a sort of I see a lot of English people turn it off and go back to a drama chat, and it's because it's too much. They don't want to deal with it, and it's the same sort of rule as on YouTube. If it doesn't affect me, I don't care, but it does affect you. Looking around the globe, we're shown wars, certain specific wars. At any one time, there's at least 7. I think it's the average 9 wars going on at the same time across the world. We don't care. We don't care. We care about what's in the newspaper and what we're told affects us. It all affects us. And it's all indicative of what's going to happen here. The people who choose to live in the bubbles have got no say when it happens to them, really. It's just madness to me. All I can do when you take a proper look at it is control what you can. Myself, my emotions. What is the point in feeling anger and frustration. Yeah, there's injustices going on. When's it ever been different? So do I choose to be angry all that day and look out for the next bombing, the next news update? No, choose to be happy.
Mm.
It's horrible. It's horrible, but fed up of letting other people control my emotions.
Yeah, but then like that video you sent me just now, you listen to that prat,
I
going
don't. I
on.
just
No, no,
I
no,
sent it
no.
to you.
Yeah, no, but there's 15,000 people listening to that prat.
Yeah.
15,000 people. The British government has just confirmed that it's deploying more additional fighter jets and refueling tankers to the Middle East. Well, the tankers will get fucking blown up, hopefully. The spokesman stated a number of aircraft have been temporarily relocated from Romania to enhance our existing presence in the region. This move comes as the UK, the US, and Jordan collaborate to defend Israel by intercepting Iran's drones and missiles.
Has Jordan publicly spoke on this?
Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, he's congratulated Netanyahu. Israel's demanding sanctions on Iran after the attack. I just watched the video. I can't play it on here. Young Palestinian boy, looks about 15, 16. Yeah, they Israeli occupation forces went in and raided a village, Al Mazara, east of Ramallah this morning, and the Israeli occupation forces shot him. He's on the street. He was still alive, and they put 3 more bullets into him. Israel reports praised the Jordanian king for an unprecedented collaboration against Iran. Yet he's claiming elsewhere that he didn't know the Jordanian air pilots were actually shooting down the rockets or shooting down the drones. UN meeting is on live. Yeah.
Can you stream that?
Yeah, I'll sub to it. So, yeah.
The UN is the biggest joke.
Oh, it's a fucking load of shit, isn't it? How can you put 3,000 sanctions or resolutions on a country and not one single resolution has been listened to? 3,000 resolutions on Israel.
It's farcical and it is designed. And then they're going to blame this on the big fucking banking fuck up. And oh, we've got to go. You see how it's going to play out. It's not good. But is that a designed feeling? How long have we been needing a fucking reset? I know I'm like more hippie-ish, but we live on this earth. Who decided what borders? Okay, we need services, we need this and that, but who decided what's legal and what's illegal to move?
Yeah, but it's like the Middle East, right? You had us, you had the French, you had Germans, you had the Americans, you had everybody over in the Middle East, right? And it's like all these, the oil, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, where we needed Bahrain because all the submarine cables from down here in Cornwall all go to Bahrain, right? And obviously they all branch off on the seabed all over the place, all the submarine cables, right? All the telecommunications, because it isn't done by satellite, it's all done by cables under the sea. So when they all talk about satellites and shit like that, I don't know what the fuck they're going on about, because they all rely on cable. It's all controlled by cable and wireless. But all these borders, they were all divided up by us, by the Western world, by Europe. All these borders in the Middle East were put there. Egypt was bigger. Syria was bigger. Everywhere was bigger, and now they got these fake, false borders.
It takes consent to rule over people, and we've gotten too lax. And that point that Mark Kelly made the other night when you asked him about the spoiled vote. So the spoiled vote is now a discarded vote. So the people will stay in saying, okay, we don't have any parties that represent us. So there's not a single party that I'm happy to vote for. That's your way of legally saying, I'm not happy with the representation. That's been taken away. How many people are talking about that?
Yeah, nobody.
And they're too busy arguing over, blah, it's distraction, theatre. And it takes people to really rise up. And I think it's definitely going to end in civil war. But I think a couple of years back, before the COVID show, there was a lot of information on FEMA camps being built. And remember the underground Walmarts and stuff being big Walmarts that were big money makers being shut down, and trucks and loads of disposable coffins and things like that.
Yeah, but they were all built prior to the fake thing.
Yeah. So I'm saying now it's because it's not what you thought it was. It's the long game, and martial law, I do believe, will intervene. I do think there'd be civil unrest followed by martial law.
Like the guy that I speak to in Weston-super-Mare, go and collect, you know, people's lost ones, people's loved ones, going to collect them and going, why have you got refrigeration laws outside? What's all these refrigeration laws for? When they're all parked up where he goes to collect down at the morgue where he goes to collect the bodies to take them back to the funeral house. And he's like documenting it and doing a video. And it was all prior to the fake thing. And he's putting videos out going, I've just been to collect somebody's loved one. And they got these refrigeration lorries parked outside. What's going on? What's happening? Why have they got refrigeration? Nobody's answering the questions. Nobody's telling me why they've got these big refrigeration lorries. And he was doing videos about it, and then all of a sudden, din, 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 din. Oh, we got this epidemic.
We're the biggest generation of guinea pigs. They've used psychological tactics. There's more social media than ever before. There's more radiation than ever before. And not in the way that it sounds. We're the most unnatural generation of people that have ever been. Literally being experimented on in ways, not just one way, that's new, let's see the outcome. Like 180 different ways the average person is being fucked up. Babies, elderly, everything. We're so fucked, and now is the time that we're at our weakest to strike. And yeah, I don't blame them. That's the end game. Depopulate and only keep the people that are complete sheep. but yeah, you can see. I can see it. It's a nice positive Sunday evening chat. Oh,
Well, I'd rather be chatting this than fucking going over and watching somebody moan about fucking rainy bro, and fucking Paul C's comments in the fucking chat.
what? Okay. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Put the link in the back.
Mongovic.
Oh, they fell out. Didn't
He's
take long.
doing a fucking live about fucking rainy bro.
Oh no.
And Paul C's comments and fucking whinging that his comments weren't fucking removed. So I'm guessing that Ron's fucking had comments removed or Maria's had comments removed. I don't know. I've watched about fucking 10 seconds of it and for fuck's sake, is that where everybody is? 70 odd people watching it.
I said honestly, when I said I've unsubbed from it all, I realised the impact it's having on me.
That's it.
And how
3
easy
people
it
have
is.
gone over.
Yeah, you've just advertised it.
Yeah.
There's drama elsewhere if you're looking, guys. Well done, Smiley.
Oh, one's come back.
Gives an update then, people.
Cheeky Chop says, be right back. Well, that was ages ago. That was. But they're tuning in to listen to that shit. Oh, another one's come back. It must be boring. He must have got off that subject and playing music again now. Where the fuck do you find a song that lasts fucking 15 minutes?
Boomers FM.
I know. Fucking, I was watching it because he never took the stream down. And I was watching his stream the other day and I was thinking, how long's this fucking song going on for? And I've got it on 2 times speed and it's like still fucking there. And it's like, hang on, has he paused it and is he speaking? No, it's still fucking singing whatever it was singing. This is the UN jibby jobby. What are they saying? That's Israel. Always
Gonna make
Israel.
a cup of tea and go to PE I know on Sunday night at 10 to 11. That was not given to me, it was left in a bag. So I'm just gonna hang that up and I'll be back. But play the UN because I do want to see.
Yeah, I'm just going to play what Israel have got to say. I don't know who was before him. So France, Algeria, United States. United States, Slovenia. As I listen to what United States have got to say.
And I'll be watching. I'll be back in 5
Death
minutes.
in Israel. It launched over 300 munitions.
Member, we are ready to fully engage in a comprehensive response to the crisis in the region. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia and pass the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Madam President, for bringing us here today. And thank you, Secretary General Guterres, for your briefing. The United States condemns in the strongest terms the unprecedented attack on the State of Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its militant proxies and partners. Iran's intent was to cause significant damage and death in Israel. It launched over 300 munitions, including more than 100 ballistic missiles and land attack cruise missiles at Israel, as well as explosive unmanned aerial vehicles. Iran's reckless actions not only posed a threat to populations in Israel, but also to other UN member states in the region.
But 37,000 have died in fucking Palestine. 14,000 of them are children. Iran targeted fucking military bases, the Knesset, and the Israeli intelligence service,
including Jordan and Iraq. The Security Council has an obligation to not let Iran's actions go unanswered. Indeed, for far too long, Iran has flagrantly violated its international legal obligations notably through the actions of its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC. By arming Hezbollah in violation of Security Council Resolution 1701, by arming, facilitating, and enabling Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and, more recently, merchant and commercial shipping in the Red Sea in clear violation of Resolution 2216 and in defiance of Resolution 2722.
And in the shipping, they found that they're fucking smuggling children in the containers. And they're reporting on it. The container ship yesterday contained children. It's owned by an Israeli fucking billionaire.
And of course, Iran transferred Shahed one-way attack drones to Russia, the same drones it used in last night's attacks against Israel, at a time when such transfers were in clear violation of Resolution 2231. In recent years, Iran has also repeatedly violated international law by targeting with mines and seizing commercial ships in international waters of the Persian Gulf and surrounding waterways, just as it did on April 12, when it seized a Portuguese-flagged ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran continues to detain both the ships and its crew, comprised of citizens from 5 countries, including Russia. Iran was also, in a broad sense, complicit in the October 7 attack on Israel because it has provided significant funding and training for the military wing of Hamas. This Iranian support contributed to the current crisis in Gaza. Colleagues, these and other reckless Iranian actions are not inherently defensive actions against other member states. Given the threats Iran's aggressive actions pose for international peace and security, we have a collective responsibility as members of the Security Council to ensure that Iran complies with the Council's resolutions and ceases its violations of the Charter. In the coming days, and in consultation with other member states, the United States will explore.
Have I just been took out? Can you still hear me? No, you can't hear me. What happened to the fucking video? It's disappeared. Peter, I showed a video earlier of special forces going onto the container ship, and there's a report regarding it. I did show the report last night. I think I showed the report, and when further information comes out, obviously I will be speaking about it. I was typing in the comment section. The comment section disappeared, and on my screen the video's completely disappeared. So I don't know if you can still see the video or not, because I can only see me. Where's Smiler gone? Can you not hear me? Cheeky says he can hear me. Video's gone. Is it not there now?
Additional measures to hold Iran accountable here at the United Nations.
Is the video playing? All right.
More immediately, the Security Council must unequivocally condemn Iran's aggressive actions and call for Iran and its partners and proxies to cease their attacks. The United States also supports Israel's exercise of its inherent right to defend itself in the face of this attack. And as President Biden stated, we will remain in close contact with Israel's leaders. And let me be clear. If Iran or its proxies take actions against the United States or further action against Israel, Iran will be held responsible. We note Secretary General Guterres' statement warning that the region is at risk of plunging into a deeper and wider war on multiple fronts. The United States is not seeking escalation. Our actions have been purely defensive in nature. The best way to prevent such escalation is an unambiguous condemnation from the Council of Iran's unprecedented large-scale attack and an unequivocal call on it and its proxies and partners to refrain from further violence. Our goal is to de-escalate and then get back to the issue at hand, securing an end to the conflict in Gaza by getting a ceasefire in Gaza through a hostage deal, as well as surging humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in need. Thank you.
Hostage deal. Hamas already offered up a hostage deal. Release all the prisoners that you've taken since October the 7th and the other prisoners, and we will give you the fucking hostages. Right? Netanyahu didn't want the hostages. Right, there's another one that I put out where Netanyahu is saying no, the fucking hostages can die. I think 3 hostages died in the airstrikes. And they know that Israel know that they targeted it, and the military Walla Walla said, yeah, he's sorry, and apologized to the families, and there was a big apology to the families because he just fucking bombed their family members. And said that they were trying to take out Hamas. They don't want the hostages, because if they do that, Netanyahu's finished.
Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States and pass the floor to Ecuador.
Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank the Secretary General for the information provided. I also welcome the presence of the permanent representatives of Iran, Israel, and Syria. The attacks carried out yesterday by Iran constitute a grave threat to international peace and security and to the much desired regional stability. My government has strongly condemned the attack against Israel and has called for an escalation of the conflict to be avoided. Such an escalation could have unpredictable consequences, including a conflagration that could affect the whole of humankind. Ecuador adds its voice to the widespread call for tensions to be reduced and for threats to be avoided, threats which keep civilians in the chokehold of insecurity.
It's absolutely amazing, isn't it? You know, at the beginning, when they bombed the fucking Iranian embassy, right? The United Nations granted Iran to fucking attack back, to fight back. They granted. They said, yeah, you're allowed to fucking fight back because there was attack on Iranian soil in Damascus because it's their embassy. And said, yeah, you can retaliate. And now they're all fucking crying over spilt milk. But we mustn't fucking hurt Israel.
And anguish, I conclude by urging all to exercise the utmost restraint and to prioritize diplomatic and political instruments for the resolution of conflicts. I also call upon all to consider in good faith supporting the United Nations, regional bodies, groups of countries, all countries, with a view to easing this alarming situation, which, as the Secretary General has stated, could lead to military conflagrations on a large scale in the Middle East. Thank you.
Algeria.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, I would like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his thorough briefing. The Security Council meets today in the wake of the developments in the Middle East yesterday that actually create a threat for a very dangerous escalation that could bring the region and the world to an even more dangerous stage where things get out of control and whose results cannot be predicted. My country, Algeria, is following these developments with utmost concern and interest, and warns against grave consequences should the circle of conflict in the Middle East broadens. That's why we call upon all parties to practice self-restraint and avoid escalation. Would like also to reiterate what the SG has said, and I quote, that neither the region nor the world can afford another war. End of quote. And we have warned during the Security Council's session that have discussed the attacks launched by the Israeli occupation forces on the Iranian embassy building in Damascus at the beginning of this month. We have warned against the aftermath of not putting an end to this arrogance and behavior of the Israeli occupation in the region. And we have always emphasized that this could bring the whole region into conflict. And today you can see that our point of view was correct and our warning was honest. That's why the Middle East is undergoing very critical circumstances that makes it incumbent upon all international actors to listen to the voice of wisdom so that we can all sail to safety together, while emphasizing that international peace and security cannot be observed without giving the utmost priority to the principles and targets of the United Nations Charter, the policy of double standards, and adapting and tweaking and focusing on the contradictory interpretations of the international law as per whims and desires of some would undermine our international order. Today we are at a crossroads. Either we hold tight to the international law without any adaptation or cajoling or blandishment, or we risk being submerged into chaos and lack stability. The crises in the Middle East are part and parcel of each other, and they are all interrelated, and that's why the root causes should be addressed. And the root cause is the Israeli occupation. The recent developments cannot overrule or cover the central question, which is the aggression on the unarmed Palestinian people in Gaza. And at the same time, we can never use as a pretext or cover for to launch a land attack against Rafah. And we would like to reiterate that it is totally rejected and we need to avoid any attack on Rafah because its ramifications on the region would be catastrophic. We would like to reiterate that the de-escalation things in the Middle East on the short term would have to go through reaching a ceasefire in Gaza and also to put an end to the heinous killing machine and the collective punishment that's being carried out against the Palestinian people. Sustainable peace and security in the region would only be attainable through empowering the Palestinian people of its legitimate rights and inalienable right as well, and to put an end to Israeli occupation across all Arab territories. And that's why the Security Council should rise to the occasion and deliver on its functions on the protection of international peace and security and prevent any further deterioration, and therefore to work afterwards seriously on establishing the independent Palestinian state with Al-Quds al-Sharif, Jerusalem, its capital, and to put an end of the Israeli occupation of all Arab territories. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank the representative of Algeria and pass the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. I also thank Secretary General for his timely briefing on this urgent matter. We are now witnessing an extremely dangerous situation that could cause catastrophic consequences for the whole region and the world. Japan is deeply concerned about the attack by Iran against Israel using numerous drones and missiles, which put huge population in real danger and could further aggravate the current turmoil in the Middle East. Japan strongly condemns such an escalation. We are seriously concerned that this large military action will increase the already extremely heightened tensions in the Middle East and lead to a wider and more serious regional confrontation with global security and economic ramifications. It is imperative for the Security Council to address this matter as a united body responsible for international peace and security to contain the risk of the region plunging into an abyss. Japan has been strongly urging the parties concerned to calm down and de-escalate the situation and exercise maximum restraints, as the Secretary General just mentioned. Japan reiterates its determination to continue to make all necessary diplomatic efforts in order to prevent a further deterioration. We must end this vicious cycle of violence at the historical critical juncture. I thank you.
Thank the representative of Japan and pass the floor to France.
I thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank the Secretary General for his briefing. France condemns in the strongest terms the unprecedented attack that was launched by Iran against Israel yesterday and which threatens to destabilize the region. The Secretary General also condemned this attack. That attack was a serious and major threat to international peace and security, and in particular to stability and security in the region. In deciding to undertake such an unprecedented act, Iran crossed a new threshold in its destabilizing action and is risking a military escalation for which it would be responsible. We call upon Iran and its allies to, at long last and without further delay, cease their destabilizing activities throughout the region. France expresses its solidarity with the Israeli people and recalls its commitment to the security of Israel, of our partners, and to regional stability. We welcome the fact that, very fortunately indeed, Israel was able to successfully repel that attack. That made it possible to avoid the worst and spare many civilians. France is working towards de-escalation with its partners in the region, and we call for restraint. President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, and the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Stéphane Séjourné, are working assiduously on that task. France is fully mobilized to find a settlement to the crisis besetting the Middle East, for de-escalation, and to enforce the principles that underpin our international order. In Lebanon, we've made proposals to the two parties with a view to reaching, through dialogue, a cessation of hostilities. In Gaza, France is striving to bring about the immediate and unconditional release of hostages and to bring about an immediate and lasting ceasefire. It is high time, 6 months after the terrorist attacks of October 7th and the beginning of the war in Gaza, to lay the foundation for a lasting political settlement to this crisis by tackling the root causes of the conflict. That is what is proposed by the draft resolution that we have proposed to this council. We call upon all members to support it. We must leave no stone unturned in avoiding a new war in the Middle East. Thank you.
United Kingdom.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Secretary General, for briefing us today. The United Kingdom condemns unequivocally Iran's reckless attack against Israel, which risked thousands of civilian casualties. The scale and nature of Iran's heinous assault, the first direct attack from Iran on Israeli soil, poses grave risks to the security and stability of citizens across the Middle East. The United Kingdom has long been clear that Iran plays an unacceptable role in destabilizing the region, and that it also bears responsibility for the actions of groups it has supported militarily, financially, and politically over many years. Through this attack, Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in the region.
Nothing about the chaos that the Israelis have been doing, do you know what I mean? And like, if you're going to shoot a missile down or shoot a drone down, why would you shoot it down over a populated area? You're flying aircraft, nobody darken the lights, nobody put shutters up against their windows, so you know you're above or you're in civilian airspace. You know you are. So why are you shooting things down that are going to land in civilian populations? Because they were set to go to their targets, and their targets were military fucking places, not or military infrastructure, military infrastructure. They weren't targeted to land in civilian areas. But the only civilian area was the Knesset, which is basically like the Houses of Parliament.
As we have demonstrated, the United Kingdom will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for that of all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. We welcome the actions of our allies to deter the Iranian threat. No one wants to see further bloodshed. The United Kingdom is also continuing to work urgently alongside the international community to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. It is vital that all parties exercise maximum restraint and refrain from any action that may heighten tensions further in the region. We also call on Iran to release the MSC Ares and its crew unconditionally and without delay. Iran's actions do nothing to advance the prospects for peace in Israel and Gaza. As set out in Security Council Resolution 2728, the United Kingdom remains resolved to work with international partners to secure an immediate pause in the fighting in Gaza, to get aid in and hostages out, leading to a sustainable ceasefire without a return to destruction, fighting, and the loss of life. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom and pass the floor to Mozambique.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank Malta's presidency for convening this urgent meeting. We highly value the insights provided by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations on this crisis. Madam President, precisely 2 weeks ago, when discussing the Israel airstrike on the Iranian diplomatic mission in Damascus, we raised serious concern that the incident could escalate regional tensions and could potentially lead to retaliation and heighten the conflict between Israel and Iran. Regrettably, our concerns have materialized. Yesterday, we witnessed a series of military strikes on the Israeli soil carried out by the Islamic Republic of Iran, invoking self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. We express our deep concern on yesterday's Iranian strikes. A tit-for-tat cycle of mutual aggression is not consistent with the logic of peace and peaceful coexistence between states. It leads to more death, suffering, and misery. It will further exacerbate the prevailing tensions in the region and may trigger more conflicts, potentially involving other countries with unthinkable implications. We strongly believe that it is crucial for all parties involved to exercise restraint and approach the situation with prudence and wisdom. Careful consideration of risks and extended consequences is, therefore, essential during this critical moment. Madam President, in light of the current situation, it is imperative that all parties involved, Israel and Iran in particular, strictly abide by the Charter of the United Nations that compels all member states to refrain from the threat of use of force in their international relations. Stability in the Middle East is vital for the security and development of the region and beyond. It is essential that states in the region and their allies pursue policies that promote peace and stability with due regard for a balance of interests. To that end, we Council members, individually and collectively, must actively engage all concerned parties to prevent any miscalculation that could lead to broader conflict in an already volatile region. Such escalation would have devastating consequences for civilians who are already suffering in Syria, Lebanon, in the occupied.
We're still live. Yeah, okay. Bit bizarre, isn't it?
The legitimate concerns of all involved parties is a crucial step towards fostering stability and harmony in diversity. And let us remind ourselves that the central issue in the Middle East is the materialization of a two-state solution, whereby Israel and Palestine can live together, side by side, in peace and security, as two independent and sovereign states. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mozambique and pass the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Secretary General Guterres for his important briefing on the grave situation in the Middle East, including yesterday's attack by Iran against Israel. The Republic of Korea is gravely concerned about the current situation in the Middle East, exemplified by yesterday's attack by Iran against Israel, using numerous drones and missiles. The Republic of Korea condemns these large-scale attacks, which are not in compliance with international law. To make the situation worse, freedom of navigation is now being threatened, not only in the Red Sea, but also at the Strait of Hormuz, which cannot be justified, regardless of any excuse. Since the outbreak of the horrendous terrorist attack by Hamas against Israeli citizens on the 7th of October last year, and subsequent military operation by Israel in Gaza and ensuing humanitarian catastrophe, the international community, including the Republic of Korea, has repeatedly warned against the possibility of increasingly dangerous spillover in the Middle East. Earlier this month, when we witnessed the instance at the Iranian consulate that resulted in casualties in Damascus, Syria, the Republic of Korea expressed its deep concern that additional violent incidents could escalate into new tragedies in the region. Unfortunately, what we are now seeing this even more dangerous tension surging in the Middle East. Amidst the worst escalation in the Middle East, where the entire region stands at the risk of being engulfed in the flames of war, what is crucial is finding the most effective solution to ease the tension, rather than finger pointing and debating over who and what triggered the current situation. Thus, the Security Council should gather the wisdom of all its members. We can still step back from the brink. The ongoing escalation of the already dire tension in the region
my
should
community
immediately
page,
stop.
by the way, Marie,
Any
before I
regional
actually delete
escalation
this was
should be
this is a
condemned,
couple of weeks back before I
and
actually
regional
deleted all my
actors
stuff actually for the
should
second
exercise
time in a row.
full restraint in
I put them
order
already on my
to
community
prevent
page,
any
so I didn't actually
additional
just like go and
spillover.
like take screenshots and
Thus, we take note
then
that the permanent
take
representative
them off
of
there.
the Islamic Republic of Iran expressed
You know, I didn't just go and
to the
I
Secretary
actually went and
General
stuck at the
yesterday
screenshots,
the
Marie.
position
I
that
I
Iran
don't just go
does
and
not
take
seek
fucking
escalation or conflict in the region.
Nathan,
And we
but
hope
don't dislike
that this
you. I don't
affirmation can be
dislike you, but there
realized
are
with
people on YouTube
actual
that I
compliance.
really dislike. and some
The
I
Republic of Korea
absolutely
is monitoring this
despise,
situation with
I
a
will
deep
still not
concern,
allow
and once
comments
again
about
calls
them
on
and their
all
family or
parties to
derogatory
exercise
names about them
restraints
in the
in
chat
order
and
to
all
prevent
well.
a
In
further
my chat, no.
escalation of the situation.
Even if I, you know,
Let me
the
conclude
person has
And the
been,
more
by
topic
reiterating
I
even if
see
it
again
is
them do
about,
it,
even
like,
if
what
it is
Secretary
about
General Guterres
shady,
pointed out yesterday in his
crinkle,
statement
if they're going to
and
hit
today in his
on the
briefing.
family
Neither the
members,
region
people that have
nor the
nothing
world
to do
can
with it,
afford another
yeah,
military
if I see
confrontation.
it, I would address it. Because
Immediate
why are you pulling other
de-escalation
people
is,
up?
as
Because you've
everybody
got a beef
understands,
with the
an urgent
individual.
collective
Stick
need
it with
at
the
this critical
individual.
juncture. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea and
Yeah.
pass the floor to Switzerland.
You get,
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam President.
and that's all I ever do
We
is,
welcome the swift convening of the Security Council, and we
I've
thank
got a
the
problem with you.
Secretary
I've
General
expressed my
Guterres for
opinion
his
and what
statement
have you. It's not
detailing
having
the
a go
events
at somebody
of the
in
recent
the
events,
background,
and
of
we underscore our
family
common
or friends
responsibility.
or anything like that.
Switzerland
My
firmly
issue is
condemns the
with the
coordinated attacks
individual,
by Iran
not
on
the
targets in
background
Israel
shit that has
last
nothing
night.
to do with it.
These
I don't
attacks
want to
are
know
part
other
of a
people's
spiral of
life
violence,
problems.
which is already
I've
dangerously
got my
underway
own
in the region,
life
as we
problem.
also saw with the airstrike against Iran's
I've got to
consulate
go
in
and say one, and
Damascus
this
on
is
the 1st of
this is
April,
probably got to be
an
one of the
attack
best
that Switzerland
conversations me
also
and you've
condemned.
actually had. Been very nice
Each
and
of
civil,
these attacks increases the
hasn't
risk
it?
No, I've had quite a
further
few good
escalation in the
conversations
region.
with you. I've had a laugh.
Oh,
and
yeah,
everything.
We
It's just,
also
you have
note with
actually, you
concern
have,
the
you've had. I'm
seizure
talking about
of
on this panel.
the MSC
Oh,
Aries
actually, yeah,
Portuguese
actually,
on this
we have,
panel.
ship by the
we have
Iranian armed
actually.
forces
Wait,
in
you
the
just come
Strait of
triggered my
Hormuz.
memory. I remember now. Yeah, we have.
We have repeatedly warned
But I
against
mean, as in
risk
like,
of accelerating the spiral of violence in the region. It is imperative that all
see,
parties in
I
the
might
region
have
and
beef
those
with
with
an
influence
interview.
over them
God, she looks like him
exercise
now.
the
She really
utmost
does, you know.
restraint to
She's
avoid
proper
further
morphed into a dad,
endangering the
and it's just
people
like
of
looking
the
at Robin
region.
all over again.
We
Just a
call
It's
on
very
female
all
version of
parties
him.
to an armed
Very,
conflict
very
to respect their
selfish.
Well,
obligations
this is
to
a thing
protect
when
civilian
you're going through
population
so much
and
like that, and your
infrastructures.
brain is literally
We
fried with
repeat
so
once
much
again,
going on.
however,
All this.
this spiral of escalation must stop immediately.
Individual
The
female
region
that I
must
don't
not
really
be
speak
plunged
to
into
anymore,
an even
which
wider
I
and
did
deadlier conflict
do,
at a time
and
when we are
something
facing
was
a
put in a
catastrophic
chat, and this
humanitarian
was, I
situation
think
in
it was
Gaza,
Laura's
and
chat,
when tensions and
and
exchanges of
that was
fire in the
very
blue line between
liable,
southern Lebanon
and
and
could have got
Lebanon,
the person a knock on the
between
door
southern Lebanon and
from
Israel are
the
at an
police.
all-time high. We call for full
And
respect
I
to support
thought
the
that's totally
UNIFIL
out of
mission
order
and other UN missions in
because
the region.
obviously they're watching. So even
De-escalation must be the
though
priority.
I don't
This
get on with the
includes the
person, it
implementation
doesn't
of
mean
Resolution
that I'm not going to
2728.
point out shit
An
when it
immediate
happens.
ceasefire in
That's
Gaza
just
is
not
urgent,
my
as
thing, you know
is
what I
the
mean? Even
cessation
if it
of
was a
attacks
fucking
by
clown,
armed groups
sad
in the
say,
region.
but you know,
We take
got to
note
stick
of
with
the declaration
consistency.
by the Iranian
If
Well,
something was
authorities
put
that
up,
they do
which I
not
did,
wish to continue their operation. We
and
recall
I
in
made
this
my
context
opinion very
that any
clear. Maybe
recourse
people
to the
don't
use of
like it,
force must
but
be
I
strict
did make the
conformity with the
opinion that
Charter, and that
video
international
should never have
humanitarian
been
law
made
must be
of
respected by all
the
parties.
street,
In such
the
a situation,
it
houses,
shouldn't
dialogue
the
is
fucking
essential. The Council and all
everything.
states
It
must
shouldn't have
fully
been
play their
done.
part in
It
facilitating
And I don't
shouldn't
like the
have.
guy.
de-escalation.
He's one
To
of the
this end,
fucking.
Switzerland is ready to bring its
you are
contribution.
correct.
I
He's
I
one of
mean
the
that they've been.
10.
Representative of Switzerland and pass
He
the
is,
floor to the
Nathan,
Russian
he is
Federation.
one of the 10. And I still say
go
that
ahead.
is
Madam
incorrect to have
President,
been done. There you go. See,
we
and I still
listened
stand
Wait,
by
so
very
it.
he's one of the
closely to
Nobody
the
10
changes.
statement
people going to put the
made by
address
the
up?
Secretary General. We
No,
also
he's one of the 10 who have attacked
noted,
us for our child.
Secretary General, the fact that yesterday
He,
you
oh,
instantly
for fuck's
publicly
sake. Well,
reacted and
he
condemned
likes
the
to kind of
actions
go
of
for
Iran. It is
the
regrettable that,
vulnerable, don't he?
unlike the meeting today, you did
Crank,
not propose
the,
to
the
the
Well,
clown
That's what
brief
I'm
does.
the Council
saying.
on the 2nd of
That
April, where upon Russian initiative, an emergency briefing was called to discuss the Israeli strike against the consular premises in Damascus. We would like to also see a greater activity on your part so as to convey to members of the Council information on other no less turbulent topics for the Middle East today. For example, about the now regular attacks by Israel against neighboring Syria and Lebanon. If such attitude such things will continue unnoticed, then your appeals to restraint by all parties which we share can become futile. Distinguished colleagues, when we met in this chamber on the 2nd of April so as to discuss the strike by Israel against the consular premises of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Damascus, we warned that what was needed was a strong and unified signal by the Council that such actions were unacceptable. and not only against the sovereign states of Iran or Syria, and not only in the Middle East, but anywhere in the world. We called upon the colleagues in Security Council to clearly and unequivocally condemn such reckless steps to make sure that they don't get repeated. We also warned that otherwise the risk of a repeat of such acts and the general escalation in the region would grow manifold. We even proposed a draft press statement by the Security Council, and this was put together on the basis of standards for such cases, depoliticized language. And what did we hear at that time from our Western delegations? They said that for them, not everything was clear and obvious, and what was necessary was to assess and see.
Just had a report come through. Israel striking the facility of the European hospital in Khan Yunis. I think that's one of the only hospitals running at the moment now. And there's mass casualties reported. So yeah, they wallop the straight out.
Whether such a signal from the Council will help stabilize the situation in the region. The United States, UK, and France, there essentially declined to confirm that the basic principles of international law about the inviolability of diplomatic and consular facilities, which are enshrined in the Vienna Conventions on this issue, apply equally to all states.
Man, big up Russia. Russia's the only one actually spouting any facts, isn't it? To the 5 of you that might be listening.
And the outcome is now clear for everyone to see. You know very well that an attack against a diplomatic representation is...
No, the G7, I got a G7 statement just a minute ago. G7, they're escalating, the G7 are.
A casus belli under international law. And if a Western representation had been hit, you would immediately have rained down reprisals and would argued that you were right about this in this very chamber. And this is because for you, everything that has to do with Western representations and Western citizens is sacred. It needs to be protected. But when it comes to other countries, their rights, including the right to self-defense, about their nationals, well, that's a different matter, as you like to say. What happens then is you activate your favorite argumentation about lack of information, you start doing legalistic hair splitting, etc. And today in the Security Council, what we're witnessing is a display of hypocrisy and double standards, which it's almost embarrassing to watch. Russia has warned on many an occasion that the fact that many crises in the Middle East are unsettled, first and foremost in the area of Israeli and Palestinian conflict, which are frequently fueled by irresponsible, unilateral, and provocative acts, will lead to a growth of tension in the whole region. We have stated on many an occasion that no country in the Middle East or Northern Africa should become an arena for regional or international confrontation or an arena for settling political scores. What happened in the night of the 14th of April did not happen in a vacuum. The steps undertaken by Iraq became a reaction to a disgraceful inaction by the Security Council. In a reaction to an egregious attack by Israel against Damascus, and not the first one, because Syria is constantly being bombarded by Israel. Many of you today did not find the courage to state clearly that the outburst of violence in the Middle East is developing against the background of an operation which is lasting more than 6 months, is unprecedented in terms of the number of victims, an operation conducted by West Jerusalem in Gaza and West Bank. And this is despite an unambiguous demand in Security Council Resolution 2728 to cease fire immediately. Such silence.
See, the demand was there, demand passed under resolution, blah, blah, blah. And see, we'll go back to it.
Operation, which is lasting more than 6 months, is unprecedented in terms of the number of victims, an operation conducted by West Jerusalem in Gaza and West Bank. And this is despite an unambiguous demand in Security Council Resolution 2728 to cease fire immediately.
So what is the point of all this United Nations bollocks? What is the point of it? There's the resolution. Why haven't they acted on it? It's 196 countries. Why haven't they acted on it? The only person that's speaking any sense there is fucking Russia.
Such silence about the deep root of the crisis is unacceptable, we think, especially against the background of the tension surrounding Iran, which is fueled by the US and other colleagues, and the fact that Israel is not complying with the Security Council resolutions is an obvious disrespect shown to the Council, to all of you who are here in the members' seats, and a complete disregard to the decisions made by the Security Council. And non-compliance with Security Council decisions is not something that one should get away with, and it's fraught with sanctions against the violator. Madam President, we recall very well the dangerous escalations in January 2020 when the region was on the brink of a conflict as a result of an illegal elimination by the United States on Iraqi territory of Qasem Soleimani and a number of other Iraqi officials. But Washington did not draw appropriate conclusions from that, and as a result, the reckless acts undermining stability, security, and sovereignty of regional neighbors of Iran are continuing. We call on all involved in the incident, all parties involved in the incident, to exercise restraint under the extremely tense situation on the ground in the Middle East. And the obvious risk of the conflict growing and becoming region-wide. We expect that the regional states will resolve all of the issues they have using political and diplomatic means only. We also think it's important to make sure that the constructive international players assisted in this matter. The spiral of a confrontation and bloodshed must be stopped. We think it's urgent for the entire international community to undertake all efforts necessary to de-escalate the situation. Otherwise, the region could become drawn into a vicious cycle of mutual attacks and violence. In this regard, we note the signal sent by Tehran that they do not seek a further military escalation against Israel. And we urge West Jerusalem to follow suit and reject the practice of provocative use of force in the Middle East, as they are fraught with extremely dangerous risks and consequences for the whole region, which is already destabilized as a result of intensified Israeli-Palestinian confrontation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation and pass the floor to China.
Madam President, I thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his briefing. I look forward to hearing the statements to be made by Iran, Israel, and Syria, respectively, on the evolving situation. Since the Gaza conflict began, the international community has deplored the unacceptable humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and made strong demands for an immediate ceasefire to end the hostilities. It has also expressed grave concerns at how a prolonged conflict would exacerbate the tensions in the region with serious compounding spillover effects. On the 1st of April, Iran's diplomatic premises in Syria were targeted in an airstrike, resulting in multiple casualties on the Iranian side and serious damage to the said premises. This incident was a serious violation of the UN Charter and international law, as it violated both the sovereignty of Syria and that of Iran. It was of a most egregious nature. A moment ago, Secretary General Guterres briefed us on the escalation that happened on the 13th of April, which China finds highly concerning. We have also noted that, according to Iran, its military action was in response to Israel's aggression against its diplomatic premises, and the matter can be deemed concluded. China calls on the parties concerned to show maximum calm and restraint and resolve their differences and disputes in accordance with the purposes of the UN Charter and international law to avert any further escalations. Madam President, this round of escalations is the latest manifestation of the Gaza conflict spilling over to the wider region. It serves as another reminder that the Palestinian question remains central to the Middle East issue and bears on the peace, stability, and long-term security in the region. If the flames of the Gaza conflict are allowed to continue raging, then the adverse spillover is set to spread still further, making the region even more unstable. Countries and peoples in the Middle East have no desire for, nor can they afford, a larger conflict or war. Therefore, the top priority at this moment is an effective implementation of Resolution 2728 to bring about an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Ultimately, there is no alternative to the full implementation of the two-state solution. The only way to end the vicious circle of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict once and for all. We call on the international community, especially countries with influence, to play a constructive part in the maintenance of regional peace and stability. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China. I will now make a statement in my national capacity. I begin by thanking the Secretary General for his briefing. The Middle East is experiencing one of the bleakest and most volatile periods in modern history, which risks spiraling out of control if all sides do not take a step back. This was a point that Malta stressed on 2nd April following the deplorable attack by Israel on the Iranian diplomatic premises in Damascus on 1st April. We had stressed the need for de-escalation and for maximum restraint to be exercised by all actors in the region. Regrettably, these calls for caution have been disregarded given the recent developments. We emphasize our deep concern about the significant escalation posed by a large-scale attack consisting of drones and various missiles launched by the Islamic Republic of Iran against Israel. We are also concerned with Iran's seizure of the container ship MSC Ares. The vessel, along with its crew, must be immediately and unconditionally released. At a time when our focus should be on diffusing tensions and reducing conflict, including by advocating for an immediate and permanent ceasefire to the war in Gaza, facilitating the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, and ensuring the delivery of sustained humanitarian aid throughout Gaza, all we are witnessing are steps in the opposite direction. Iran's direct targeting of the State of Israel risks regional catastrophe, with innocent lives bearing the brunt of all hostilities. We stress that international law, including international humanitarian law, must be respected at all times. Once again, we reiterate our call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint, including in their messaging, to de-escalate and pursue peaceful and diplomatic solutions to all disputes. Let us be clear. The region finds itself in turmoil and stands on the precipice of unimaginable hostilities and suffering. As the Secretary General outlined, and I quote, "Neither the region nor the world can afford another war." I now resume my functions as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Jordan's just announced that any attacks coming from Israel they'll also be intercepted, whether they're Iranian or Israeli. So anything coming from Israel tonight, that'll also be intercepted. But it doesn't stop what Israel are doing on the ground, the raids that they're carrying out now on the ground.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, yesterday, the Ayatollah regime, in blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, attacked the state of Israel and launched 170 UAVs, 120 ballistic missiles, and 30 cruise missiles carrying 60 tons of explosive materials at Israel. This attack was launched from Iranian soil, as well as from Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and Iraq. Colleagues, from the moment I began my tenure here, in every speech and in countless letters, I rang the warning bell regarding Iran. I called on this council to take concrete action against the Ayatollah regime. I made it clear that Iran and its hegemonic ambitions of global domination must be stopped before it drives the world to a point of no return, to a regional war that can escalate to a world war. Sadly, no action was taken, and last night the world witnessed an unprecedented escalation that serves as the clearest proof for what happens when warnings aren't heeded. Israel is not the boy who cried wolf. We have been screaming from the rooftops for years, trying to wake up the international community, but to no avail. If only this council would have internalized my words, it would not have needed the bone-rattling explosions of last night's attack to wake it up. Colleagues, last night, Iran proved again that it cares nothing for Islam or Muslims. The Iranian attack seriously injured Amina El-Khassouni, a 7-year-old Bedouin girl in Israel. But look at this video that shows how Israel intercepts Iranian drones above the Temple Mount and Al-Aqsa Mosque. Here, you can look at it. This is the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
Well, show the rest of the video, you twat.
To Iran, Israel's annihilation and igniting the region is more important than Islamic holy sites. The Ayatollah regime, in its plot to impose a global Shiite hegemony through its proxies, has even attacked Saudi Arabia, as we all remember, Aramco oil field, the United Arab Emirates, and anyone else they view as an obstacle. I asked the Algerian representative here, how this make you feel? Is this a price you support, attempting to blow up mosques and murdering Muslims? Yet, while this direct Iranian attack on Israel was the first of its kind, it is just the most recent chapter in a blood-soaked saga that started from the moment the Islamic Revolution reared its head. The Ayatollah regime has a clear plan. Its goal has been and continues to be world domination by exporting its radical Shiite revolution across the globe. I assume you all know it. The Islamic regime of today is no different than the Third Reich, and Ayatollah Khamenei is no different than Adolf Hitler. Hitler's Third Reich was envisioned to be a 1,000-year empire stretching across continents, just as Khamenei envisions his radical Shiite hegemony to stretch across the region and beyond. This is why Iran arms themselves with intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. Iran and Israel are on the same continent. You are next.
650,000 tons, cheeky, up until the 1st of January is what Israel dropped on Gaza. 650,000 tons.
The Ayatollah regimes acts like the Nazi regime, and their army includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Revolutionary Guard, and other savage jihadists. Instead of shouting Sieg Heil, these radical Nazi Islamists scream death to Israel, death to America, death to England. Just like the Nazi regime, the Ayatollah regime sows death and destruction everywhere it touches. For the past years, Ukrainian civilians have been killed from the skies with Iranian weaponry. President Zelensky, in condemnation of Iran's attack last night, said, and I quote, "The sound of Iranian Shahed drones, a tool of terror, is the same in the skies over the Middle East and Europe. This sound must serve as a wake-up call to the free world. Listen to President Zelensky and wake up." Just like the ever-reaching hand of the Wehrmacht, Iran struck Albania with cyber attacks and launches strikes against Kurds in Iraq. We all remember the 2021 attack on the oil tanker Mercer Street, in which British and Romanian crew members were killed. And just yesterday, Iran seized a Portuguese cargo ship. The crew being held right now by Iran includes Indian, Filipino, Pakistani, and Russian nationals. Iran threatens global maritime trade. Iran is not only a terror state, Iran...
No crews at all have been murdered. They've all been taken off the ship, and then the ship has been taken and they've been returned to their countries. So I don't know what the fucking hell he's talking about.
Iran is a pirate state. Colleagues, just this week, the court in Argentina held Iran directly responsible for the 1994 terror attack in Buenos Aires on the Jewish Community Center, which killed 85 people and wounded 300. And just like the Third Reich and their brutal SS officers, the Iranian regime not only spreads evil abroad, but...
So yeah, they got to bring the fucking Holocaust into it because we've decided to be a Jew today, even though we're not a fucking Jew. Half of us are fucking Zionist and fucking atheist. So yeah, they got to play it. That's the only way they can play it.
But also torments and murders their own citizens. In 2023 alone, the Ayatollah regime executed 834 Iranians. The regime oppresses women while murdering them for not wearing their hijab properly. When the Iranian people peacefully protest this brutality, they are suppressed by live ammunition. Hundreds of protesters were killed and thousands have been arrested.
And you passed a bill in your own Knesset saying any fucking buddy goes against Knesset or Bibi, can we shoot them in the legs? And you passed that bill. Anybody in Israel that protests to break up the crowds, can we use bullets to break up the crowds?
This is a regime that allows its own people to die of thirst in Isfahan, while it funds terror around the world with billions of dollars. What have you done to defend the world from Iran? Seriously, the entire globe is suffering from Iran, including the Iranian people. Please defend them. For years, the world has watched the rise of a Shiite Islamist Reich. Yet, just like during the rise of Nazism, the world has been silent, deafeningly silent. Mr. Secretary General, Iran has been violating Security Council resolutions and the UN Charter for years. They supply Hezbollah with weapons in violation of resolutions 1559 and 1701. They advance weapons proliferation in violation of resolution 2231. They violate resolutions 1540 and 2216. Why have you not used all possible means to condemn Iran and demand compliance? Why have you instead rolled out the red carpet for these genocidal jihadists? Why do you treat them as if they are interested in de-escalation when you know that the opposite is true? Colleagues, Iran's
Wow, the
strategy
innocents
has been
that could be
crystal
hurt
clear.
within.
Arm,
The
fund,
the
and
the one
train terror
person
forces
who
across the
I
globe to carry out Iran's murderous
go
scheme
on.
of domination.
No, go on.
But today,
No,
the
you
mask
finish
of
up what you're going to
Iranian
say. I can always
All
deniability
jump in.
has
right.
been
Go on.
removed.
The
No
one
more
person who I
hiding
actually looked
and
up
no
to,
more
who
bluffing.
actually was quite well
No more
educated by,
shirking
I
of
was shocked at
responsibility.
that statement that actually come out of his
Iran
mouth
has
last night
attacked
because
Israel from its own sovereign
he's
territory,
going to talk about a lot of
publicly
things, and we've
and
had a lot of good
proudly. The
conversations. But
mask
that
is
one
off.
thing that actually come out of his mouth,
Iran, the
it was
number
just
one
like,
global sponsor of terror, has
oh, for
exposed its
fuck's
true
sake! I
face
just
as the
look at what has been
destabilizer of
going
the
on.
region and
You
the
know,
world.
I mean,
And
people
now,
was
right
also going
now,
to say to me,
is when the world
you know,
must
oh,
stop
you can't go and
ignoring
say anything. You've
Iran's
done no
crimes
research.
and take
I've done
action.
plenty of research. I'll just
As
stop
Iran's
researching
mask
because at
has
the end of the day,
fallen,
alright,
the
if you
world's
used to go and do research
complacency
of all the
must
shit that's
also
going on,
fall.
I
The mask
don't do live
comes
streams
off
about it. You know what I
and the
mean? And I wouldn't really
gloves
bother. I've
must
just
come
got
on.
to a point where it
The
winds
snooze
me up
button
enough
is no longer
that,
an
you
option.
know,
The only option is to
I've
condemn
just got this
Iran
little
and
policy of
utilize
mine
every
now where
means
anything that I
necessary
know
to make
potentially
them
going to go
pay
and
a
wind me
heavy
up, I just
price
don't want to go and
for
talk
their
about it. I want
horrible
to switch
crimes.
off from the stream.
Iran and
I
its
did it with
axis
Mike
of
West
supporters must be
last night.
shown that the
Didn't really
civilized
bother
world
watching it, Ron,
will no longer
because it was
stand
talking
idle.
about World War III, and
I
I'm
didn't.
like,
While many
really?
countries immediately condemned
I
the
I,
attack,
I just
those who
switched
did
off from it
not
because
must ask themselves,
the
how do you
the
want
one
history
person
See,
who
to
I
remember you? Council
yeah,
members,
go on.
last night's attack was
no
a
go on.
blatant
No,
violation of
you finish up what
international
you're going
law
to
and
say. I
the
can
UN
always
Charter.
jump
All
in. So
right.
go
It
on.
was an act of
The
utter
one
escalation
person
that
who I
can
actually looked
drag
up
the
to,
entire
who actually
region
was
and
quite well
world
educated by,
into war.
I was shocked at that
But can
statement
you
actually come out of his
imagine
mouth last night
if
because
the attack was carried out
he's going to
under
talk
an
about a lot of
Iranian
things, and we've had a
nuclear
lot of good
umbrella?
conversations. But that one thing that
Or
actually
if
come out of his
some of
mouth,
the
it was just
Iran's
like,
missiles had
oh,
nuclear
for fuck's
warheads?
sake! I just switched off.
The
Couldn't really be
regime
asked
that
watch listen
launched
to it
an
anymore, man.
unprecedented strike on Israel, a fellow member
Yeah,
state of the
I
UN,
didn't tune into Mike West not until the
is
end,
barreling
and
towards nuclear
you know,
capabilities.
I
This is a
put a
terror state
comment
responsible
saying
for
that
global
to do the Middle
destruction,
East,
and
look at
soon they will have
1948
nuclear
and go
capabilities.
forward from there.
You all know that Iran is systematically violating
People,
the JCPOA
I
and has
think,
enriched
forget
uranium
that
up to 60%
Jordan,
purity
Egypt,
and even more.
Syria, and
Iran's
Iraq
breakout time to produce
took
an arsenal of
sections
nuclear
of the
weapons is
Gaza
now weeks, mere
and the
weeks.
West Bank
No concrete action
and
has
the
been
Golan
taken,
Heights,
and
is
the
it
IAEA
called? I'm not too
inspectors
sure,
have been
people in the
kept in
northern
the dark.
area. And
Iran is
they
on the verge of
didn't give a
becoming
shit
a
about the
nuclear
people
power.
who lived in that
It should
area. They just
terrify
want to
every
occupy
member of
that
this
area.
council.
Big difference. Did
Take
they
a
go in
moment
there
to
for
think
their
what would
own
happen if
motives
Ayatollah
or for
Khamenei
the
would have
motives which
launched
they
a nuclear
claim they
bomb
went
last night.
into in
Is this the
1948?
world we want
And
to
this is
live
what
in?
people don't want to actually
So,
address.
to the JCPOA signatories, I say, initiate the snapback mechanism
So,
today.
you know, when you
Initiate.
talk about the conflict which
Impose
is going
all
on in the
possible
Middle East,
sanctions on
you
Iran
have to go
before
back
it's too late.
and think,
We need a
why
world
did
led
Egypt,
by Churchills,
why did
not
Jordan, why did Syria,
Chamberlains.
why did Iraq?
Colleagues, on
Were they
October
doing it
7th,
for
Hamas, with Iranian
their own
funding,
reasons?
with Iranian
And
weaponry,
I think they were,
with
because they
training,
were occupying
carried out the most brutal
somewhere that
massacre
they
of
shouldn't do
Jews
enough.
since the Holocaust. They slaughtered our children. They burned entire communities. They raped our women. They took
All been debunked. Every single one of it, all been debunked in front of the United Nations in the fucking look up to October the 7th. And the military officers that have given their statements, and the military crews that have given their statements. Is he going to talk about it? He keeps the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the only way they're going to get it. The Holocaust, isn't it? You know, the attack on the Jews. Fucking and half of the bastards aren't Jews anyway.
Took families hostage and are abusing 133 hostages.
You've taken over 400 hostages since Christmas. 400 hostages you've taken since Christmas, battered them, broken their bones. It's crazy. Shot them today. 14, 15, maybe 16-year-old lad shot on the street. The press trying to go there and rescuing him, and they're still fighting, pumping bullets into him. A kid on the street. That kid ain't a fucking Hamas terrorist, is he? He ain't got no guns. He didn't have no guns. He didn't have no weapons. He had a pair of jeans, trainers, and a fucking hoodie on.
Hezbollah, with its Iranian arms and sponsorship, have fired thousands of rockets into Israel since October 7th.
Oh, they've just taken down a drone. Where did I see the drone? Israeli drone's just been taken out.
Mating towns. The Houthis, with Iranian weapons and instructions and intelligence, are firing at every merchant vessel that is suspected of having ties to Israel. And then Iran, who directs and pays for all of this violence, carried out an attack of epic proportions on Israel. Colleagues, we are being fired upon from all fronts, from every border. We are surrounded by Iran's terror proxies. The war in Gaza extends far broader than Israel and Hamas. All of the terror groups attacking Israel are tentacles of the same Shiite octopus, the Iranian octopus. So I ask you, be honest with yourself. What would you do? What would you do if you were in Israel's shoes? How would you react if your existence was threatened every single day? While the Ayatollah regime thinks, they only think, that Israel is a frog in a boiling water, that we are becoming accustomed to the threats on our survival and won't notice until it's too late, they are wrong. You are wrong. This attack crossed every red line, and Israel reserves the legal right to retaliate. We are not a frog in boiling water. We are a nation of lions. Following such a massive and direct attack on Israel, the entire world, let alone Israel, cannot
No, I was muted. I call them a nation of fucking pedophiles and fucking kiddie smugglers and murderers. That's what I call them.
settle for inaction. We will defend our future. Colleagues, despite the magnitude of the attack, 99% of Iran's UAVs and missiles were intercepted by Israel and our allies. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the United States and our partners for standing with us in defending Israel against the Ayatollah regime's indiscriminate attacks.
Well,
Yet, the fact that Israel's air defense proved to be superior
people have got different
does
points
not
of
change
views.
the
I
brutality
just look
of
at
the
it
Iranian
as
attack.
real.
Iran
I
can no
think,
longer
right,
hide
you
behind
know,
its
the
proxies.
saying has
It
been
now
since
exposed itself
1948,
as the
we do
terror
not want you
exporting
here. We
pariah
will
state that it is,
exterminate you
and
for
it
being
must,
here.
from now
Who
on,
is
be
the
treated as
aggressor?
such. It's not enough to remove
When they're
Iran from
using
the
that
UN
rhetoric,
Commission
though
on the
that
Status
sort
of
of
Women.
language,
Iran is the
wanting
world's
to
worst human rights
annihilate,
violator,
and this
such
is
a
it.
regime
They have
cannot
been
hold
saying it since
any UN
1948. They
position.
want to
No
annihilate
more
a
red
whole
carpet
race
treatment here at the UN.
because
No
they've got a
more
little bit of
appeasement.
land in that
Today,
region.
the Council must take action.
To me, it sounds a
Condemn
little
Iran
bit
for
like
their terror,
bullies,
trigger the snapback
but nobody
mechanism,
else
and
wants to see it that
reimpose crippling
way.
sanctions. Designate the Iranian
when
Revolutionary
got
Guard
banned,
Corps
you
as a
can just
terror
go and play it
organization.
properly. You can't.
Action must be taken now, not for Israel's sake, not for the region's sake, but for the world's sake. Stop Iran today. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Israel. I pass the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you. In the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, Madam President, as we informed in our letter last night in response to the Israeli regime's recurring military aggression, particularly its armed attack on 1st April 2024 against Iranian diplomatic premises, the defiance of Article 2nd of the Charter of the United Nations, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran carried out a series of military strikes on Israeli military objectives with dozens of missiles and drones. Iran's operation was entirely in the exercise of Iran's inherent right to
Thousands.
self-defense, as outlined in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations and recognized by international law. This concluded action was necessary and proportionate.
Recognized in
Those missiles
international law.
deliberately targeted military objectives and carried out carefully to minimize the potential for escalation and prevent civilian harm. Madam President, we thank those members of the Council who condemned the Israeli armed attack against our diplomatic premises in Syria. Regrettably, in this chamber, certain members of the Council, including the US, UK, and France, has chosen once again to turn a blind eye to reality and overlook the root causes contributing to the current situation. In hypocritical behavior, these three countries falsely blamed and accused Iran without considering their own failures to uphold their international commitment to peace and security in the region. They made unsuccessful attempts to use lies, manipulate the narrative, spread disinformation, and engage in a destructive blame game. All the while, they deliberately disregarded Iran's inherent right to respond to the violation of a fundamental principle of international law, the inviolability of diplomatic representative and premises. Moreover, they ignored the underlying root causes of the current situation in the region. For over 6 months now, these countries, especially the United States, have shielded Israel from any responsibility for the Gaza massacre, while they have denied Iran's inherent right to self-defense against the Israeli armed attack on our diplomatic premises. At the same time, they shamefully justified the Israeli massacre and genocide against the defenseless Palestinian people under the pretext of self-defense. They made cynical attempt to justify and cover up the atrocities of the Israeli regime against the people of Palestine by arbitrary and misleading interpretation of self-defense. Madam President, following the Israeli regime cowardly terrorist and armed attack against our diplomatic premises in Damascus, the Syrian Arab Republic, on the 1st of April, we notified the UN Security Council and Secretary General of such international wrongful act, as well as of Iran's inherent right under international law to respond to such terrorist armed attack. Also, in a phone conversation with the UN Secretary General on 2nd April, Iran Foreign Minister discussed the situation and called for taking appropriate action and a strong condemnation from the international community for this horrific crime. We called upon the Security Council to strongly denounce this unjustified criminal and terrorist act, taking decisive and appropriate measure to bring the perpetrators to justice swiftly and prevent the recurrence of such horrible crime against the diplomatic premises of any member state. Regrettably, the Security Council has failed in its duty to maintain international peace and security. Russia proposed a press statement to denounce this atrocious act, which was backed by China, Algeria, and many members. but was blocked by the US, UK, and France. Faced with such circumstances, the Islamic Republic of Iran had no choice but to exercise its inherent right to self-defense under international law. Madam President, the root cause of the current situation are clear to all. From the start of the Israeli war against Palestinian people in Gaza, more than 34,000 civilians, two-thirds of them children,
rotation, motivation, everything
all
is
civilian
combined into one.
infrastructures have been targeted and destroyed by Israel.
I know, mate.
Even
Been there,
humanitarian
done it.
workers have
I've
not
not been
been immune
big-headed or
from
anything,
the
but I have
military
been there and
attacks
done it.
of this
And
rough
that's the reason
regime.
why I've joined this
The
conversation, because
absence
I'm a
of
big believer
accountability and
in
concert
like
in action
the
faced
people that
with the
suffer
Israeli
mental health,
genocide
and
and war
they're suffering in
crimes against
silence
the
over them
Palestinian people
because they don't know
has
how to
only
speak out.
emboldened
You know,
this
like you
regime
walk
to
past
continue
somebody in the
its
street,
violation
right?
and
You walk
justice.
past somebody in
The
the
US
street,
and its
right? You
allies
walk past
have
somebody
blocked
in
the
the street.
Security
Sorry to
Council
repeat
for over
himself there.
6 months,
You walk past
protecting Israel from accountability for the Gaza massacre. They not only avoid condemning Israel for these atrocities, but also actively try to cover up them. Their sole priority is supporting and defending Israel, regardless of the consequences and at all costs. Despite international pressure and UN Security Council resolution calling for a ceasefire, Israel has defied this resolution. Rather, its focus remains on committing more atrocious crimes, showing no regard for international legal obligation. Madam President, this lawless regime has committed many atrocious crimes against our people. This regime blatantly and openly admitted its responsibility for the terrorist and destructive operation committed against Iranian officials, scientists, and civilians, and sabotage against our peaceful nuclear infrastructure in recent years. This Israeli regime even made explicit threats to use nuclear weapons against a sovereign member state of the United Nations. This terrorist regime is responsible for all criminal and terrorist acts committed against Iran and must bear the consequences. The Islamic Republic of Iran has warned time and again about the repercussions of the malicious activities of the regime on regional and international peace and security. Iran has exercised maximum restraint. Now it is time for the occupying regime to bear full responsibility for its consequences. This regime cannot avoid accountability. Madam President, Israel ongoing disorganized and irresponsible action and atrocities against the nation in the region are a real threat to regional and international peace and security.
Have a good one, Ron.
The Israeli Prime Minister's policy seeks to expand and escalate the conflict in the region to stay in power. The member of the Security Council must not allow such an august body, the Security Council, to be held hostage to the ambitions of such a belligerent regime. It is time for the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility and address the real threat to international peace and security. The Security Council must promptly fulfill its duty under Chapter 7 of the Charter in response to Israeli reckless defiance. It must take urgent and punitive measures to compel this regime to stop its genocide and massacre against the people of Gaza and uphold its obligation, especially fully implement the UN Security Council resolution and legally binding orders of the International Court of Justice. The main and long-standing threat to the peace and security of our region is well known to all, and the attempts to conceal it through disinformation, a smear campaign, or baseless accusation against others are pointless and unfounded. Iran is never seeking to contribute to the spillover of the conflict in the region, nor does it to escalate or spread the tension to the entire region. Contrary to unfounded claims, Iran has no proxy in the region. No individual, group, or country acts at the Iran behest. the
we'll
US and
still
Israeli
call out
regime
something
attempt
if it's like,
to
oh,
label
that's not
the
right.
resistance group in the region
know,
as the proxies or terrorists.
it does get
Their
us into
sinister
trouble.
aim is only to justify and
Yeah.
legalize their malicious and
Yeah, where's the proof?
destabilize
Show us the proof.
activities
Who is
in the region.
Who's it?
The resistance group are not proxies or terrorists. They are legitimate and are only fighting against occupation and aggression of Israel in Gaza and occupied Palestine
Yeah, thank you
territories
very much.
and of the
But,
US
you
in
know,
the region. International law
you know,
recognized
we
such
need
legitimate
to
rights
hear it
against
and see
any
it for
occupation and
ourselves
aggression.
to be able
Instead,
to have
the US
some
and the
sort
UK
of
are fully
opinion
responsible for
on
all its
what people are
decades-long
talking about.
aggressions
You know, show
and
us the
other
clip.
crimes and unlawful
You know, let us
measures in
go
our
by
region.
something.
Furthermore,
because
they are
I'm not gonna
responsible
jump.
for all crimes of the Israeli regime, as it cannot commit any of such savage crimes in Gaza without the consent, order, and all-out political, financial, and military support of and a collaboration with the United States and the UK. We reject the allegation made by the Israeli regime at this meeting. Such false and unfounded claims don't merit to response. Madam President, as a responsible member of the United Nations, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed to the purpose and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, reaffirms once more its commitment to the maintenance of international peace and security. The Islamic Republic of Iran reiterates its consistent position that it does not seek escalation or war in the region, while warning about any further military provocation by the Israeli regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its unwavering determination to defend its people, national security and interests, sovereignty and territorial integrity against any threat or act of aggression, and to respond to any such threat or aggression vigorously and in accordance with international law. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate to exercise this right when required. Madam President, Excellencies, Iran has no intention of engaging in conflict with the US in the region. We demonstrated our commitment to peace by exercising our restraint about involving the US Army in intercepting Iranian drones and missiles bound for military targets in the occupied Palestinian territories. This underscores our dedication to de-escalating tension and avoiding the expansion of conflict. However, if the US initiate military operation against Iran, its citizen, or its security and interest, Iran will use its inherent right to respond proportionately. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran and pass the floor to the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what our region witnessed yesterday is a natural and inevitable outcome of repeated aggressions and grave violations of international law and the United Nations Charter perpetrated by the Israeli occupation authorities on the territories of my country, Syria, and other countries. In that, these authorities were taking advantage of the support offered by the US administration in this council and elsewhere. This American support, this blind and unlimited American support, has led the occupation authorities to mistakenly believe that they are above the United Nations and above international law and above the conventions and the resolutions that were adopted by our organization for decades. The support led these authorities to believe that they can continue perpetrating their crimes and their escalation of
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
Right.
Yeah, you?
Yeah, it was.
Fucking, that's crazy, because I muted StreamYards and I muted my headphones as well.
Yeah.
I just had a message saying, fucking, I see in Ron's chat a new account fucking Smiler's restreaming your stream. He could have at least fucking asked permission. But how the fuck am I restreaming his stream?
Yeah.
You know, I'm listening to what fucking Iran had to say.
Yeah.
Russia had to say.
Yeah.
And fucking what fucking Israel had to say was a load of fucking gobbledygook. Oh, it's another Holocaust. It's another Holocaust. What the
Yeah.
fucking hell is Gaza if it isn't a fucking Holocaust?
I don't know, mate. I put up there about 20 minutes ago. We're getting the other stream.
Yeah. I was listening. I was bored listening to Israel, but I was still listening to it, and I was flicking through to see what was going on. I saw a bit of fucking Society X, but there's fuck all going on there. And I saw Ron and Nathan, and I thought, listen, and then it's like, hang on a minute, what was that? Oh, you can hear it. How can you hear it if I'm fucking muted?
Yeah. No, it was quite enlightening.
He's streaming on his other channel. He's streaming on his other channel.
Oh, well.
That's why you don't know he's restreaming you, Ron, because he's on his other channel, Ron. No,
Shit.
I didn't fucking intentionally restream it. I'm fucking muted. I got bored with listening to fucking Israel and the fucking Holocaust shit.
Yeah. Shit happens, mate.
Fucking idiot. I'm blatantly not playing him. I'm blatantly fucking playing the United Nations.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah. I shouldn't worry about it.
I ain't worried about it. No. I'm interested in what Syria got to say, because fucking Syria condemning Israel as well, aren't they? Obviously. Yeah. But apparently Hezbollah's just shot down an Israeli drone.
Yeah. Of course, the Ruskies, they ain't going to be too happy if Iran gets fucking annihilated, are they? Because the Ruskies is getting all their drones from them, aren't they?
Well, Russia are building a lot of their own drones. I mean, right at the beginning of it, they were getting the Shahed drones. But, you know, they're building their own. They got fucking massive. One of the big shopping centers that pulled out of Russia right at the beginning of Russia-Ukraine when they started pulling out.
Yeah.
Some guy took it all over, took the building all over. And it's like walking into your local Asda's, but all you see is this massive production line of drone after drone after drone.
Yeah, 3 parts of them got British engines, haven't they?
The Israeli drones have got British engines. They've got the Wankel engine, the what is it? The Hermes 450 is what they use, and it's got the R902 Wankel engine that's built in Bristol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all a fucking money-making racket, isn't it? All any war is.
Well, that's why you've got these or you had these people in Bristol, because they shut down the production there. You had them spraying it all in blood, and all the people were up on the roofs, and not blood, they were painting it in red paint.
Yeah.
And they've done that to all weapons factories. The Elbit Systems, because Elbit Systems part of the government arms deals.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Tyrant Finder went to one of them, oh god, ages ago, and he was standing there speaking to a woman at the fence. And yeah, it was military equipment.
DJE audits or DJE Pinnack or something.
Yeah.
He goes around filming different places, doesn't he? He was at a place the other day, and that was something to do with the government, fucking spy stuff and whatever or something.
Yeah, I think which is is it DJ Drone Audits or something like that?
DJE Pinnack, I think it is.
Yeah, there's one that always flies a drone. I can't remember what his name.
Yeah, he always does the drone stuff at the end.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
does
was
a lot,
yeah,
a lot of the car places he tends to do, doesn't he?
yeah, because he parked down the road and then walked all the way up to it, and then you've got a private road that goes down to it,
Yeah.
which has got double yellow lines,
Yeah.
and then you've got the security guards. So
Yeah.
he told the security guards what he was going to do, and then you had some woman and a load of other, or 2 or 3 other blokes come out to see him, and he said, "Well, fuck you, I'm flying my drone anyway," because it says, and he had to delay the flight because there was a helicopter flying over.
Yeah.
And then he flew the drone anyway, but that was a weapon system.
Yeah.
But it's governmental.
It do make you wonder, doesn't it? Fucking hell, I don't know. Next few hours should tell what's fucking happening, though, shouldn't it? It's horrible to think it, but I think the world's gone fucking Looney Tunes, isn't it?
Well, hasn't it? It's like fucking colonialism without the colonialism, isn't it?
Yeah. I
And
mean,
like,
who'd have thought 20 years ago, if you'd have been sat down trying to work out and plan stuff ahead by sort of 10, 15, 20 years, you'd never have fucking dreamt that this world would be in the fucking shit state it's in now, would you?
yes and no.
Yeah, go on then.
Because they sort of say the loud part out loud, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, years ago you had Mulder and Scully saying things. You know, then you had like what's that fucking, not Woody Allen, the other fucking little short guy. You had his film with all the fucking big yellow hazmat suits on.
Yeah.
You know, so it's all there.
Yeah, I must admit, you go back a while, you think about it, I suppose the X-Files was what, mid-80s?
Yeah.
And the bloke who wrote that, he must have been some fucking clever cop, because there's a hell of a lot of stuff out of all of those series of the X-Files.
Well, he was ex-CIA, wasn't he?
Yeah. But there's a hell of a lot that have not necessarily come at 100% true, but if you look at it, there's some fucking close comparisons to what he had going on in that series.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, and Contagion, I think the film was called Contagion.
Yeah.
You know, and like we already knew that what's he called was doing the big exercise, the fucking computer man, dickhead, what's he called? Mr. Windows, I can't think of his fucking name.
Gates, yeah, Gates.
Yeah, Gates. Yeah, I mean, he was holding that with the Gates Foundation. He was already holding that fucking, what's it called? The 7/7 bombings, they already did a big fucking exercise and they already planned the 7/7 bombings.
Yeah.
9/11, well, our Israelis on the ground 2 days beforehand.
Yeah.
Staying in a warehouse and then go into a car park and then standing there filming it.
Yeah.
You know, the dancing Israelis, they were called. They were all Mossad agents. How did they know to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Wow.
You know, how did they know to go and film it from a roof of a car park?
Stop being nosy, Zara. She wants to know who's on.
It's somebody with an accent, Zara.
All right then, Zara.
You got to say book. I'm going to read a book.
She'll be up in a minute trying to get me to flash me nipple.
Yeah, look. Here, just get your fucking tits out a minute. Fucking and Tyke did. Every single person that she's fucking had on the panel, she's fucking got them to do. So she ain't fucking got me to do nothing yet. But she's got everybody else on the panels to do stuff. I mean, fucking what's he called? Jimmy zapped himself with a taser.
Yeah. She's very convincing, see, isn't she? When she puts her mind to it.
Yeah. Crazy. Did you ever listen to the rest of the Syrian bollocks? Or the Syrian, how they're condemning the rest of the fucking council?
Yeah, see what you got to say.
Interrupt at any time.
All right, mate.
Of the situation in our region with no response and no consequence. My country, the Syrian Arab Republic, has warned the Security Council and the Secretariat repeatedly in official letters, warned of the dangers of an escalation of the explosion that the Israeli occupation authorities are trying to spark to cover up for their military failure in Gaza and to find justifications for it to continue its genocide and other atrocities against the Palestinian people and the accompanying hysterical attacks on countries in the region. In our letters, we have repeatedly called upon the United Nations and the Security Council to take immediate action in accordance with their mandate. However, the US administration and a number of its allies have obstructed any movement by the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility in the maintenance of international peace and security and to put an end to Israel's crimes and holding it accountable. The behavior of these countries is nothing new. These countries have prevented for over 7.5 decades the United Nations from shouldering its responsibility to put an end to the Israeli occupation of occupied Arab territories and to return legitimate Arab rights that are inherent to those who hold them and in accordance with relevant United Nations resolutions, at the forefront of which are resolutions 242, 338, and 497. These resolutions are the basic foundation and the essence of a resolution to the Arab-Israeli conflict and the best means to deal with the repercussions of the Israeli occupation on the region, including the crises and challenges that it entailed. Syria holds the Israeli occupation authorities and the US administration fully responsible for the Israeli attacks and any additional escalation that threatens peace and security in the region. Syria stresses that our region has suffered enough from the violations perpetrated by the Zionist entity and the US administration and its allies, violations of international law and the principles and purposes of the Charter. The time has come to take serious action where these states reconsider their destructive policies in our region and against our peoples. The time has come for these states to immediately and unconditionally rectify these policies, including through imposing an immediate halt to the Israeli aggression on the Palestinian people and countries in the region. The states must guarantee full and unimpeded humanitarian access, and they must put an end to the intentional starving of the people of Gaza. Moreover, there must be an end to the illegitimate military presence of US forces on the territory of my country, Syria. We must put an end to the systemic looting of our national wealth. We must put a stop to the sponsoring of terrorist organizations and separatist militias. We demand a full and unconditional removal of the unilateral coercive measures, which in themselves are a form of economic terrorism and collective punishment that the Syrian people must be freed of. Madam President, we have listened to the statements delivered by some Western delegations, which have once again expressed their approach of hypocrisy and double standards. Some members of this council have grown used to offering their own interpretations of the Charter and use them to serve their own goals and greed, including Article 51, which guarantees a basic right for all our states, namely the legitimate right to self-defense. The United States of America and Britain and France have launched repeated aggressions on my country, which is thousands of miles away from them. These three countries attacked my country collectively and individually based on a distorted interpretation of Article 51 and flimsy claims that are no more than baseless lies. They did not stop at that. Rather, they prevented the Security Council from discussing these attacks and from taking any action to uphold the principles of the Charter that these states are trying to replace with what they call a rules-based order. What the Islamic Republic of Iran did yesterday is a sound and practical exercise of the legitimate right to self-defense, as envisaged by the founding fathers of our organization and as guaranteed by Article 51 of the Charter. The Iranian response was an urgent necessity imposed by the Israeli occupation authorities' persistent crimes and hostile behavior. It was imposed by the fact that the three Western states who are permanent members of the Security Council have continued to obstruct the Security Council from taking any action to put an end to these violations or even simply condemn them. This was clearly manifest in the fact that the United States, France, and Britain obstructed the issuance by the Security Council of a press statement that condemns the Israeli terrorist attack against the Iranian consulate in the Syrian capital, Damascus, which was a clear violation of all international conventions and rules which guarantee the inviolability and immunity of diplomatic premises and personnel. And what else is to be expected from those who, along with their allies in the NATO, barbarically shelled the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1999? In closing, Madam President, on the 25th of April, 1945, the San Francisco Conference inaugurated its proceedings, laying the groundwork for the United Nations and the Charter, which is the guiding star for our collective action. And in the Charter were basic principles that confirm the need to respect sovereignty and equality between member states, regardless of their size. Today, and more than ever before, our countries must uphold these principles, because upholding them means the success of the United Nations and its mandate, and violating them means dismissing the rule of law and replacing it with the law of the jungle, with wars, and with instability. Syria is a founding member of the United Nations and continues to believe in this organization, in its principles, in its purposes. And we wish for it to undertake its role in maintaining international peace and security and in dealing with the root causes of the challenges that our country is facing, namely the Israeli occupation, which is an impediment to the peace and security in our countries and the prosperity of our peoples. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Well, he had a fair bit to say, didn't he? You muted up.
I am indeed. Meeting adjourned.
I thought you was a bit slow coming back. He had a fair bit to say, didn't he?
Yeah.
Some of it made sense.
This was the metal.
Where's Zara disappeared to?
Don't know.
Mesh. The rest was quarry waste, and these are broken bricks. These are.
What the fucking hell's United Nations doing with that then? Don't know. That's what I did earlier. Fucking scrolled down, seeing who else was live there. Fucking Electric Intifada. Hermes 900 drone over Lebanon. Hezbollah downs Israeli Hermes 900.
Wow.
Yeah, I was scrolling through, saw fucking that live. That live. Where the fucking hell was there? Mongo live. I thought, oh, Rainbow Crew are not good at this, are they? And I thought, fucking hell, he's falling out of them now.
Yeah.
And I hit the button and started listening to it while he was going on about fucking Israel. Evening, Jason. I know you put it in ages ago. I'm sure I said evening.
Mistakes happened, didn't they? I expect he made a bit of content out of it anyway.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of viewers. Drama is drama. Drama sells, doesn't it?
Yeah, seems to, doesn't it? I can't honestly say that there's got to be nearly every other, if not every, live in the morning up until mid-afternoon is basically based on somebody else's fucking life.
Yeah.
And what he said and what she said and what she said and what he said. And, yeah, it's all this fucking falling out and this fucking divisional fucking rift that's being made. Well, I don't know. The last 3 weeks that started, isn't it?
Wow, somebody came back on the scene, didn't they?
Wow. I ain't saying nothing, but it seems it do seem very fucking wow. I say it's definitely peaked since the last 3 weeks. The division, you can see it. Well, I mean, it's fucking clear to see, isn't it?
But I ain't bothered. And you know, I've got no allegiance with any of them, and I don't waste my time and fucking energy fucking listening to what the fucking arguments. I might listen to 10 minutes and then go, cheers now, bye, not listening no more.
Yeah.
No. I'd rather see what's going on in the real world instead of the fucking YouTube world.
Yeah.
I mean, how is the YouTube world? You know, if I want a fucking argument, I fucking go and argue with my fucking next door neighbour for playing music too fucking loud.
Well, there's that, isn't it?
You know, have a real argument.
Yeah. No, it's just, well, it's petty, isn't it? I mean, it's supposed to be all fucking adults on here, aren't they?
Go 10 doors up and say, oh, you cunt, you had a fucking party and you never fucking invited me, you bastard.
Yeah.
Real life. Not fucking sit there moaning. It's like going into the British fucking Legion and listening to a load of fucking old fogies in the British Legion talking bollocks about somebody that lives in fucking, you know, the street down the fucking road.
Yeah. That's more or less hit the nail on the head there. I can remember doing that going back years ago. I say I haven't drunk for nearly 30 years, but I can remember when I used to go to the pub, like into my mid-20s. You go into the pub, you get your pint or whatever, and stand around talking to your mates and whatever. And all you'd hear in the background is yap, 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 moan, moan, moan. And it'll all be the old fogies moaning about this, that, and the other.
Yeah, and then they'd go up and moan at the fucking barmaid or moan at the fucking bar because they're all fucking laughing over there and being too loud.
Yeah, yeah. You got to, you know, they forget that they was once that age and they used to do that. And a sight more, I expect. But there you go. That's life, isn't it? There's a few lives been on tonight, isn't there?
I think X is on, Rainbow's on, Ron's on.
Pat was on.
Yeah, Pat. Yeah. Oh, is he finished now? Is he?
I don't know whether he's finished yet or not. I know he normally goes on till I think it's about half. Oh, what time did he finish the last one that I did listening? I don't think he goes much past 1, and I know the odd couple he's finished about 12.
This is the first time I've ever gone live on this channel.
Is it?
Yeah. Never done a live on here.
Is that your free one, isn't it?
No, because I've tied it into my StreamYard account now, so I can stream on both or stream on one or the other.
Oh, right.
Because I pay for StreamYard, so
yeah.
I thought. And the free version of StreamYard has fucking updated itself. Like when you get the share box window, it's like on this one, it gives me pictures of the screens. Whereas the free version now is like not giving me a picture of the screens and not letting me turn on or turn off sound. It just says fucking play screen 1 or play screen 2.
Oh.
And then you've got the mute button to mute notifications whilst you're streaming, but you've got no button there for the volume.
Oh, you fucked about with it then, have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, because when I was on Zara's earlier and I tried to share a video, it didn't have no sound apparently. But there was no button to actually turn the bloody sound on.
Yeah. Oh, interesting, isn't it? What have you done that for?
Evening, Bright. Or morning.
Where's Peter gone to?
I don't know. I thought he was going to explain to me what the rapture was.
I think he said he was gaming or something and listening, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he normally sits there gaming.
Oh,
But I know it's something to do with all the dead Christians raising from the ground or something.
Oh. Yeah, Bright don't Tyke don't know this one then.
I don't know. Tyke's not very friends with me. He's not friends with me no more.
Really?
No.
Bless him.
Well, I haven't seen Tyke about since the rage quit because he kept saying I'd muted him.
I thought that was funny, to be honest. Sat in the background, waving his arms like fuck knows what, and cussing and flashing at himself. And I thought, fucking hell, what a relief that is. You ain't got the sound on.
Well, I turned it down to 2 and I could still fucking hear.
Making my fucking ears bleed. Oh.
But it just goes on and on and on, and you can't fucking get a word in. You can't get him to stop.
Yeah.
And he just carries on with the rant until, but he don't do it on his stream. Yeah, I haven't seen him do it on anybody else's stream, but he always does it on one of my lives.
Well, he was on Chris the Bricks the next day, drinking fucking water and drinking tea.
Yeah. And fucking sitting there silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that to somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
That was... I think that was the night that I kicked them all.
No, it was the night after.
No, the night after, yeah, the night he was on mine, I think I kicked them all.
Yeah.
Because they were all fucking, 4 of them came up, all having a go at each other. I said, fuck this for a game of soldiers. And then Chris the prick had a fucking bit of an argument with me and then rage quit.
No, I couldn't believe it because I flicked through and I saw Chris's was on and whatever. I thought, oh, I'll see what they're on about. And I thought, oh, fuck me. There's Type there and he's drinking fucking water.
I nearly typed in the chat, are you working tomorrow, Type? That's why you're on the water.
He couldn't have been working the fucking morning after that live that we had. Because he was fucking well pickled. He'd have been over the fucking limit, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's bad enough in a fucking car, but when you got bloody great wagon behind you. Yeah, that's taking fucking liberties, isn't it? I'm surprised a few more ain't dropped in.
Well, nobody knows the, what's it called, did it? Zara, I think Zara put it in a community page, because I haven't got a community page on this one yet.
Yeah. I don't know, though, because if you put in, like, if you hit the top bar where it says lives, don't it show lives that are on? Or is it just lives that's in your list that comes up?
I go over to their home, live. Yeah, so JD, X, Middle East, Brainy Bro, Biden.
Oh, well. Don't matter, does it?
I'm not even in there. Okay. Can't even see myself.
What's got planned tomorrow then? Busy day?
Well, I'm supposed to be doing some fucking design stuff. But 3D design or puff letters.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they want 2 colours in the puff.
Yeah.
So I was watching a fucking video earlier on how the fucking, because obviously puff vinyl only comes in 1 colour. It doesn't come in multicolours.
Yeah.
So I was looking at fucking videos earlier on how to layer the puff vinyl.
Yeah. Is it easy or?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. Just making sure both your cuts come out the same size.
Yeah.
And then getting it to cut it in half.
Yeah, right. I used to do 4-color printing.
All right.
Did that when I left school. Started off on a little A4 bloody machine thing in a printing fucking firm. And then within 18 months I was running Heidelberg's bloody great 4-color SRA2 presses. It's quite good, that one.
That's one of the most fucking expensive fucking screen printers you can buy.
This was all lithographic.
No, lithographic was it?
Yeah. Yeah. You knock out upwards of 5,500 sheets an hour, 6,000 sheets an hour, 4-color stuff. Once you got it set up right. But yeah, that was quite an interesting trade.
Yeah.
You crank the old machines up, you go home and you still be a little bit shaking on your feet where you get the fucking vibrations through the floor.
Yeah. My mate next door to my old workshop
Yeah.
in Hale, he used to, so the printers used to print it all, and then he had all the chopping machines,
Yeah.
you know, and the folding and gluing machines. So he would fold and glue all the pizza boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or do the book bindings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he used to have like van after van and lorry after lorry turning up, and he'd be setting it up.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, he'd be setting it all up, and doing all the cutting.
Yeah.
Mm.
We used to do a lot of labels for women's underwear and stuff like that as well. Women's underwear, car brochures, fucking calendars, God knows what.
Oh yeah, I used to get calendars off him every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because obviously they got so many calendars that they use as test batch.
Yeah.
Or so many prints that they have as set aside as error batches or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Used to give calendars every year.
Used to enjoy that. And then I went off from that and got made redundant from that. And then went into electron beam irradiation, of all things.
What was that for? Scanners or?
No, electron beam irradiation is used for sterilizing stuff. And you've gone quiet.
Just turn the noise kettle on.
Right. No, it's used for sterilizing stuff. You know, you get you get batches of margarine tubs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You'd also get reels and reels of cable. Anything from telephone cable right the way up to shipping cable, basically cable that's sort of 1.5 inches across per fucking core. And you put that through and treat that, and that would enable it to carry more volts and make the coating on the outside would then become fireproof.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was quite an interesting job, that was. And heat shrink plastics and stuff like that. We treat acres and acres and acres of that fucking stuff on a reel. They were dabbling with food when I left there. Putting fruit and stuff through so as it'd have a longer shelf life on the supermarket shelves.
All right.
Yeah. And experimenting with seeds. Treating transistors and stuff like that as well. They go through and be dosed with radiation. Again, so as they carry voltages and stuff like that. You know, they're not prone to breaking down because they're susceptible to carrying the proper voltages and stuff. It's an interesting job. 4.5 million volts.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, at the touch of a button. They had to have substations installed onto the factory because when they first started off with a 1.5 million one, when they cranked it up to full power, if anybody in the village next door switched a kettle on or something, it used to fuck the substation up.
Well, I had that with my next door neighbour in my place at Lana.
Yeah.
Because I had a fucking great workshop.
Yeah.
And my old welder I was welding. Oh, I can't remember the name of the fucking steel sheets now. But I was welding them. They're like half inch plate steel sheets.
Yeah.
For a lorry, tipper lorry bed.
Yeah.
And I was welding 8x4 sheets in the back of that. And he come round and he went, "Have you got a problem with your lights?" I went, "Hey?" He said, "I'm up there servicing a fucking tractor." He said, "But all the fucking lights in the workshop keep going fucking dim light, dim light, dim light. Have you got a problem with your lights?" Well, I don't know. I haven't fucking noticed. I've got a welding mask on. I'm fucking welded away. And it's like, fucking hell, what's going on? Anyway, a couple of days later, because I was on the job for about 4 days, a couple of days later, the other next door neighbour come in and said, "I got a problem with like the fucking heating system in his polytunnels. Fucking stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. And all my lights in the kitchen and everything's going on, off, on, off." And then my missus was day off. And she come in and said, "I'm fucking pissed off. The TV keeps going on, off, on, off." I'm up there welding away.
Yeah.
And yeah, we had a problem. We had a problem with the electrics, and obviously they found out it was me causing all the fucking problems.
Yeah.
And we had a problem with the what the hell do you call that? Fucking the big grey box that's on the pylon.
Mm-hmm.
Transformer. They had a problem with the transformer.
Yeah.
And I was zapping all the power out of the transformer, and everybody else around me was getting no power. So they had to come in and upgrade the transformer and put a bigger transformer in.
Bloody hell.
So we had a day off and they fitted a new transformer. And then I ended up, because the other welder was costing shitloads of money to run.
Yeah.
And I ended up buying a 3-phase inverted MIG welder.
Mm-hmm.
And so that ran standard 240, but was then inverted to 3-phase.
Yeah.
And then give a better burn and a deeper burn.
Right.
Without the power consumption, because it was inverted power.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that fucking welder was brilliant.
Yeah,
Cost me like 1,700 quid at the time.
Yeah.
But then I went to Poland and the same fucking welder I could buy over there for 600 fucking quid.
Mad, isn't it?
Exactly the same fucking welder.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
Yeah. You buy 3 and bring them back and flog them over here.
Yeah, but sadly we'd already come out of the fucking EU, so you can't do it.
Yeah. That EU thing, fucking hell, that did our fucking screw up like shipments coming in and all, didn't it?
Yeah, because before you could bring it, even going out now.
Yeah.
Unless it's second hand. I mean, we bought bikes over there.
Yeah.
Because it was cheaper to buy the bikes over there.
Yeah.
And bring them back. But we looked at fucking posting them back. That was a pain in the fucking ass. And then you have to pay the import duty on them as well.
Yeah.
So we just bought the bikes over there, and then on their version of eBay bought a cycle rack.
Yeah.
And because we've been using the bikes all over the summer,
yeah,
they were second hand, weren't they?
Yeah, I buy quite a bit of stuff from my sister off of eBay, but it comes from the States. Mainly photographs and stuff, right? But as soon as we come out of the EU, straight away there was a 20% straight on the top.
Yeah. And they won't put it through your door until you go and fucking pay them.
No.
We're holding your parcel.
Yeah. At first they used to do that.
Yeah, they turn up and the postman say, "Oh, you owe $6.99."
Yeah, yeah. Or there's a charge on this one. They put a card through your letterbox. You got to go and fetch it from the sorting office. There's a charge on it. They did that for a while, and now they don't even do that. It's paid for at the checkout when you purchase it.
Yeah.
They take it straight out.
Oh, right, they take it straight out now, do they?
Yeah.
Because
So
I
not
did it.
only are you paying for your goods, you're also paying for the postage from wherever it is in America.
Yeah.
And then you're paying the 20% on the top straight away.
Yeah. I bought when I broke my leg in 4 places, I bought it's called DonJoy Defiance leg brace. It's all carbon fiber. You measure your leg in all fucking different places, and you get a special chart to measure and everything else. And you measure it all up, because I broke tib and fib in 4 places.
Yeah.
And so I'd seen all these people wearing this knee brace called a DonJoy Defiance, and the leg brace that I was coming so I was coming out of plaster after being in plaster for 12 weeks.
Yeah.
And like having plaster cast changed fucking however long they took to check, however long you stayed in that plaster cast. I mean, I went through every single color of plaster, or it's not plaster now, it's the nylon bandages, isn't it?
Yeah.
Plastic ones.
Yeah.
So I went through every single color, and then multiple colors. Like the guy that was doing the cutting off and then putting the new one on, he was called Roy, and it was like, he said, "What color are you having today, then?" I said, "Well, just use all the fucking ends up." So I had like multicolored. But I bought this DonJoy Defiance. It cost me 600 quid at the time, and then I had to pay nearly fucking 200 quid import on it.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
But it was well worth it, because the fucking NHS one, the fucking silly fucking full-length black thing, what a fucking useless piece of shit that was. I mean, this had little pads, and you pump the little pads up, and it had a double lock on it, so you couldn't go too forward with your knee, and you couldn't go too backwards. So if you stumbled, it would stop you stumbling, basically.
Oh, I got you.
If your knee gave out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, oh no, it's brilliant. It's got all these little fucking gel pads that you fill them up with air as well. If it needs to take up a little bit of space on your knee or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant bit of kit. I mean, with the NHS one, I couldn't do fuck all.
No.
I swapped my rate. I had a not Range Rover. I had a Land Rover Discovery. That was manual.
Yeah.
I swapped that with my mate for fucking a Zuzu 4.8 litre, because it was auto spastic.
Yeah.
And I swapped that with him, so I was blasting around in that 4.8 or 4.2. I can't remember what it was. But I swapped that with him because it was auto and I could get around with it. Whereas manual, I couldn't drive because it was my left leg, so I couldn't use a clutch.
Yeah.
Tractor was all right because everything was on the finger button.
Yeah.
The only thing I had to do was to press the clutch to start the engine.
Yeah.
But everything else was all remote control buttons.
Yeah. Fucking tractors, they come on fucking, I don't know what, and they.
Well, yeah, I had 120 horsepower Landini. Cost me 48 grand.
Yeah.
But we had 160 acres at the time.
Well, I know a farmer that we're quite friendly with through the metal detecting and stuff.
Right.
He had 3 or 4 various different tractors of varying ages.
Mm.
And he was ill the one year, and we didn't know until he come out of. We didn't even know that he'd been in hospital. I mean, he had 6 weeks in hospital, and we was talking to him, and he sort of told us that he'd been ill in hospital and whatever. I said, well, why the fuck didn't you get hold of us? So he said, well, you did come over a couple of days a week and done a bit of, got in the bloody field in a tractor or whatever, done a bit of plowing. He said, no, he said, to be honest, he said, I didn't have the amount of vehicles to do it. He said, because the later part of the year before, he put all his eggs in one basket, got rid of all of his old tractors because they were starting to cost money to put right all the time.
Yeah.
And obviously downtime and all. And he'd gone and bought a new one, a bloody, what's the bloody blue ones?
Mine was blue, that's a Landini. Case of red, Massey Ferguson a red, John Deere obviously green. Fenton a funny colour green, JCB a yellow. What the fucking hell's the blue tractor called? Fords. The old Fords used to be blue.
Blue tractor. I just try to think what the bloody hell it's called now. New Holland.
New Holland, yeah. Lamborghini, they're grey.
Yeah. He bought a New Holland, and I'm sure he told me it was 230 grand. Yeah. And you look at the back of it, and it's like looking at something out of fucking Star Trek, the amount of pipes that's hanging out the back and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
cabin all, I mean, it must be like sitting in a very posh living room. I mean, there's all this fucking aircon. They got fans here, there, and everywhere. They got all this automated stuff. The fucking screens here, there, and everywhere, all over the place.
Yeah, screens for your headland, screens for your ditches.
Yeah,
little dome on the roof.
Well, he was saying, depending on what version you've got, he said you more or less up in the cab with whatever you've got attached to the back. Hit it all in on the button, and you can fuck off home and have your dinner and leave it to it.
It'll register as nobody sat in the cab.
Fucking clever stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. My mate came over. A big Fent.
Yeah.
Fertilizing for me, putting nitre down, and literally you drive up the field across the ditch. So you drive straight up the ditch, turn left or turn right,
Yeah.
then drive back down the other ditch and then back to your starting point.
Yeah.
That's straight away plotted. If it hasn't been in the field before, that plots your field.
Yeah.
You give that field a name, number, or fucking whatever you want to put in. Yeah. And then you tell it how many fucking ton per acre you want spread.
Yeah.
And it'll literally, when you get to the top of the ditch, it'll literally cut your spreader out. You turn around on your ditch and fucking, it'll actually, you turn and it'll actually tell you how far away you need to be on your turn, so you don't get an overlap, or don't get too deep an overlap on your fertilizer.
They all got auto steer and everything, haven't they?
Yeah. I mean, he came over one night. Well, he phoned me up because he used to do it on the Buckshee. And he phoned me up. He said, "Oi," I went, "What?" He went, "Do you want your third field fucking spreading, do you?" He said, "I've just been to a job." He was a contractor. I've just been to the job. It's too fucking wet and boggy over there, but they won't know whether I fucking done it or not.
No.
He said, I got hopper. Do you want it? I said, yeah, go on then. What's it going to cost me? We'll sort it out later. All right, no problem. Pitch fucking black, and this field is on a hill. And halfway down this field, there's a big step. There's about a 6-foot drop off the end of this step. So he set everything up in the fucking fence. And off we go, and we're both sat in the fucking cab having a smoke, and the fucking tractor's driving its own. We're fucking chatting away. I'm looking at my phone, and I can tell we're going downhill by the engine noise.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, I'm falling out the dicky seat, like, you know. And I went, hang on a minute, stop. He's like, what? I said, fuck me, there's a 6-foot drop off here. Yeah, so if I hadn't looked up, yeah, we would have fucking dropped 630, would have fucked the tractor right up. Big
There's
fan.
a lot of money though involved in farming, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that you're talking sort of 200 grand, 230 grand for a fucking top of the range tractor. You're talking 250 grand for a combine.
Well, it depends what horsepower you got and what land you got. I mean, I had 120 horses.
Yeah.
Which was plenty big enough for me.
Yeah.
As well as working in my place, I ended up doing contracting work as well, like on haylage and whatever.
Yeah.
But you know, you look at a bale grab, you're looking at fucking 1,500 quid, 1,800 quid, $2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at a fucking 8-foot topper, you know, $4,000, $5,000, and upwards.
We was talking to another farmer a couple of months back about where they're so far behind with stuff and how fucking wet it's been and all this business and whatever.
Mm.
And I said, I shouldn't want to be in your shoes. I said, it's, you know, lap of the gods, isn't it, really? And he said, well, yeah. He said, you can sort of, you can get round some of it. He said, but the last couple of years have been fucking ridiculous. He said, it's been stupid. He said, but then I wake up in the morning and I look out and I think, well, I've got to do something. I've got £1 million worth of machinery out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, £1 million worth of machines.
Mm.
And he got something like, fucking hell, 600 cattle. He must have in excess of 4,000 or 5,000 acres.
Mm.
Yeah. It's a big outfit, that, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's like my mate that I was working for. He had 5 tractors. We had fucking seed drills. Then we had the combine harvester.
Yeah.
But that was an old yellow Massey Ferguson one. I completely rebuilt that.
Yeah.
Put new auger and everything on it. Fucking some piece of kit that was. Old fashioned with a big glass fucking screen that I got photographs of me driving it. In the end I told him to fuck off, you drive it. I'll sit in the fucking tractor and trailer.
Yeah.
He's like, what? I said, no, fuck off. Because if you put the header down too low and you hit a fucking stone, you got problems.
Yeah.
Right? I'd already rebuilt the gearbox on the header where he ripped it off. And then he said, go on, you can drive for a bit. Well, then he looks at the stubble and then fucking moans because we ain't producing enough straw. Do you know what I mean? Because the straw is obviously your byproduct.
Yeah.
And back then it was £5 a bale.
Yeah.
And he's like, fucking stick your head down. I was like, no, fuck off. If I hit a stone, I'm going to be here all fucking day fucking repairing it.
Yeah.
I said, no, I'll get in the fucking tractor and grain and you can fucking... So I was in a 69 Premium with big fucking trailers because we had like 2 automatic tip trailers. And in the end, we ended up with 3 trailers.
Yeah.
Knew Mitch would be talking about straw and tractors. Well, he did come on talking about tits.
Yeah, I was talking about nipples earlier, Zara. I expect the eyes is lit up now.
Yeah. Now we're going to talk about grease nipples on a fucking tractor.
Yeah, grease nipples.
Fuck me, man. It used to take half a fucking day greasing everything up.
All battery ones now, aren't they?
But my mate used to fly in because I had all the programs, see, on the laptop. For, can I verify your nipples, please? I'm not tight, and I ain't got fucking innies. And I ain't got a nipple like that fucking image you drew the other night. Fuck me, man. How fucking long was that nipple?
Oh. No, a lot of these, a lot of the greasing things is all like cordless ones now, aren't they?
Mm.
Plug your cartridge in and that's it.
Yeah, it's cordless, but it's fucking going around the fucking tractor, fucking doing it.
Yeah.
But you got to do it. It saves wear and tear.
Yeah. I know some of the actual machinery. I think you can fill up something in the machinery and it self greases itself.
Yeah, some of the planters do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Combine does it. That's got auto greaser on it.
Uh,
But it's only certain parts. It's still your axles and other bits you got to do manually, but it's not so much.
yeah.
But I had air over hydraulic because it was uprated after 40k. Yeah, so you had fucking air and hydraulic on trailer. I do miss it. I could fucking jump in it now and fucking carry on doing it, but it's buying the fucking tractor, isn't it?
Yeah.
I did think about ringing my mate and say, "Hey, do you want a fucking driver? Give us a fucking tractor." Couldn't. I'd go straight to Truro on the weekend and do the protest.
Tractors have changed since I drove one, right? I must have been 20 years old the last time I drove one.
Or a tractor.
Yeah.
But it's like fucking my mate I was working for, you know, because he had loads of fucking foreigners in.
Yeah.
Stone picking.
Yeah.
So we'd fucking break the ground.
Yeah.
Then after breaking the ground and fucking turn it over, then go over it with fucking harrows.
Yeah.
And then bring all your stones to the surface.
Yeah, and they pick them up.
Yeah, and then the best time was the day after it rains, like, you know.
Yeah.
And then I would jump in the teleporter, telehandler, and my mate would jump in a John Deere with a bucket, and you'd have like 12, 14 fucking stone pickers.
Yeah.
All foreign lads and lasses.
Yeah.
Just picking stones, and you just sit there in first gear, just fucking dun 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 dun, while they're just throwing the stones in the bucket.
A lot of the farmers tend to do direct drill now, though, don't they?
Mm.
I don't know what the theory is behind that.
But Steve, no, he was a stickler keeping his fields clean.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you're fucking cutting corn or whatever. There's no way you want to hit a fucking boulder.
No.
But I was saying fucking that on the way down the bottom yard to tip the trailer, he rang me up. He said, "Do me a favour, jump in the teleporter and bring the fucking teleporter up, will you?" He said, "I'm just about to go in the next field." He said, "I can't be bothered to fucking take the head off and trailer it through." He said, "Just come up with a fucking teleporter and grab a couple of chains, endless chains."
Yeah.
What the fuck? So yeah, whatever. Chuck the fucking chains in the bucket, flew up there in the teleporter. Was what? He said, "Just fucking push the edge down." I was like, "What?" He said, "Push the fucking edge down." So having a laugh, aren't you? There's all this fucking work just because you can't be bothered to take the fucking head off. Oh, fuck's sake. Well, everything's set now, innit? And everything's cutting nicely, so I don't want to fucking fuck it all up.
Yeah.
Pretty. Took the fucking edge down, piled the edge up, then put the chain around the granite gate post, pull the granite gate post up, give it a couple of wiggles and wobbles, pushing backwards and forwards on the teleporter and pulled it out of the ground. And then laid that on top of all the hedging. Fucking few weeks later, we're rebuilding the fucking hedge. Like, it would have been handy if he fucking measured it and said, right, that's 2 gates.
Yeah.
You know? But no, just fucking knock it down. What's this?
You started bombing yet?
Nah, I thought that was a notification. No, I can't show this on here. There's a fucking baby, can't be no more than 3 months old.
Yeah.
His mother's died in a fucking house in northern Gaza. Israel aerial strike on a house in northern Gaza.
Yeah.
Medical teams attempt to save the life of an infant whose mother was killed in an Israeli strike on a house in northern Gaza. The baby was announced dead, or pronounced dead later on. That was fucking sad. You know, but they talk about that fucking little fucking Israeli twat talks about babies and kids dying. There's only one fucking child that died in Israel on October the 7th, and no children in Israel have died from that day onwards.
No. I still think it was all a fucking setup.
Well, they knew they were coming.
Yeah.
One report says that they knew 2 weeks beforehand. Another report says fucking a month beforehand. Another report says a year beforehand.
Yeah. Oh, what's happened there?
And one of them was Hamas saying that they notified them that they were coming a year before.
Yeah.
And then they were notified by the US government 2 weeks beforehand, which was why they moved the rave.
Yeah.
Because the rave was supposed to happen somewhere else, and they moved it. 24 hours notice, they moved it to a new location. And most of the people that are at that rave, they were all fucking military off duty. But all the evidence was produced to the United Nations that it was the fucking animal directive that killed 99% of every person.
Yeah.
Because what Hamas didn't want to kill them, they wanted to kill military. And they wanted all the civilians so that they could trade them back to get the fucking civilians out of the prisons.
Yeah.
They didn't want to kill any civilians. And the animal directive says if there's a civilian or a soldier, even one of the top fucking military brass was under fire, And he said, bomb my location.
I think we're going to be heading into something a lot bigger than what people are expecting.
Mm.
And at the moment, when you think about it, we're not exactly strong military-wise, are we?
Well, we ain't. We sent all our weapons to fucking Russia. We sent a shitload of weapons to fucking Israel. Most of our aircraft are now at fucking Israel.
Yeah.
Even the Romanian base, the aircraft from Romanian base has gone to Israel now.
Yeah.
Israel's been repairing one of the fucking runways today.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at things logistically and military-wise, if that really does kick off, it will be the ideal time for China to make a move to basically become the superpower, wouldn't it?
I don't think China will, though, because of BRIC stations and because of Russia.
You think so?
No, they're doing a lot of trade with each other, and they're bolstering each other at the moment. And I don't think China will step on the toes of Russia. I mean, Russia is in Syria.
Yeah.
Where there are boots on the ground in Syria.
Yeah.
No, they've been attacking fucking Israel. Or attacking the IDF on the Golan Heights. I think Russia have taken the Golan Heights. I'm not 100% sure, because Israel had a fucking base on the Golan Heights.
Yeah, they did, didn't they?
Mm.
Oh, shit. Anybody still talking about you?
Talking about me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't look, can I? Because every time I fucking look, it plays through here.
Ah. I see what I can do.
I seen Jason fucking clip me or clip Zara.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I'm going to have to mute it, aren't I? Oh, no. It won't be you. No. No. Who else is still on then? Society X is still on, is he?
Don't know. Just looking.
Shady still on?
No, Society X, Vincent Vega, Di, Laura, and Princess Angela. Whoa, that's a fucking. And they're talking about Genghis Khan.
Huh.
Oh, Shady and Jose are on. Fucking hell, it's not like Shady only have fucking 5 people watching. Nathan Benson's finished. Mayor Tuesday with his fucking Zionist regime has fucking been on.
Yeah, I did have a quick earwig on that earlier.
Yeah, I did as well. It was like, fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, you can see what side he's on, can't you? Right, I'm just going to nip for a fag a minute.
Alright.
Oh.
Fucking what a load of bollocks that is to listen to. Do it. Did it.
Oh, I'm back.
Feel better?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, good job I cut the grass today, wasn't it? It's pissing down with rain again.
No, is it?
Yep.
No, it's bone dry here.
I thought somebody said you're supposed to have best part of a fortnight of dry weather.
Yeah, I think that's in Scousland though. I think that was Zara said that they're gonna have a heat wave.
Living in the wrong fucking place again, aren't I? You've never known it like it. It's been non-stop fucking rain for months.
I think I might end this and get something to eat.
Yeah, it's not very busy, is it? All right, bud.
There's only 7 of us here.
Yeah. You can guess who they are, can't you?
Ghosters.
Ghosters and Clippers.
Isn't it?
Ah. All right, mate.
All right. Thanks for popping up, mate.
That's all right. I expect I'll see you around tomorrow somewhere or other.
All right. Maybe on
All
this
right,
channel, though.
All right, mate.
All right, mate. Take it
That's
easy.
right.
Catch you later.
Ta-ra.
All right, bye.
Ta.